Payment received.
Date.
2 hours.
It's always been an hour.
Well, now it's 2. Price went up.
Since when?
Since today.
My son is meeting me. He'll pay the difference.
Can't do that. Policy.
Please. It's a 2-hour walk. In an hour and a half.
You better run.
What is time? Is time good or is time bad? Years ago, we would say, I have all the time to do the things necessary. Years ago, we would say, I would have time to go to the supermarket. Years ago, you would have time to talk to friends. Years ago, you would have time to play with your children. What is time? Time no longer exists. That's what time is. Time is on no man's side, no woman's side, no child's side. Time strikes when you least expect it, and time approaches and appears when you least expect it. For this lesson, brothers and sisters, it is called When Time Runs Out, the Final Choice: Freedom or Failure. Now, you're probably wondering, why call it the final choice? and then have freedom or failure. Now, within this lesson, we started different, and we're going to go full circle. So I'm going to start from one point and I'm going to bring it back to the same point that was in the very beginning, but we're going to finish with it. But I want you to understand the whole purpose of this lesson, the final choice. What will be your final choice? As you see on the right side, the arrows are pointing forward. As you see on the left, the arrow is pointing backwards. This is the final choice. Forward means freedom to the kingdom, but failure means to be weak. Failure means to retreat. Failure means to not accept the truth and go back. You may say, where? Going back to the old man, going back to the old you, going back to the old thoughts, going back to the old circumstances, going back to the old situations. Going back to the you that Christ didn't like. This is the final choice. Now, I've received tons of emails with people who have loved ones, and their loved ones are on the edge. This is also for you as well. Your final choice. Because no man, no woman can carry you into the kingdom. Every man is warranted to carry his own cross. You cannot carry another man or woman's cross. You cannot choose freedom for another person. They must have the final choice to choose it themselves. With that being said, Ecclesiastes chapter 3. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build up. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get, and a time to lose. A time to keep, and a time to cast away. A time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to keep silence, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate, a time of war, and a time of peace. Now, the final choice, as y'all know, throughout this, series, I've really spoken about Russia, right? And in other series, I've spoken about Iran, even and I brought all of them to light in regards to the mystery Babylon, the harlot of the world, America. And now we're going to bring it to China. Now, you'll understand America, Babylon, has always been at peace. Always been at peace. America, known as Babylon, has always been known to laugh and have fun, to prosper. Always in Babylon, it was a time to dance. There's this day, there's that day, there's this parade, there's that parade. And for so long, Babylon has built up their nation, their empire, while tearing others down. It was as if for years it was a time to plant and sow in Babylon, but never to break it down. Oh, this is that lesson. This is that lesson. What time is it? It is a time of war. Ecclesiasticus 33. 14 and 15 reads, good is set against evil, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly. So look upon all the works of the Most High, and there are two and two, one against another. Deuteronomy 30, 15 to 19. So if it's a time of war, what does this mean? Look upon all the works of the Most High, two and two. Now is the time for war. Deuteronomy 30 and 15 reads, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, death and evil. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods and serve them, I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. I call heaven and earth. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live, that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. Today. Today is the day, brothers and sisters. We are no longer in an era of stability. The world is uncertain. The world has undergone many woes, and a lot more woes are promised to the earth. Let this day be the day that you choose who you serve, that you choose your motive. Let this be the day that your friends, family members, spouses, your children choose. Draw the line in the sand. And you may say, I'm being harsh. I'm going to bring this around full circle. Don't you forget it. Right now, we're starting at the beginning. Because when I share everything that I share with you today, brothers and sisters, you're going to want people around you to make their decision and let it be known. Tell them, be a man about your decision. Be a woman about your decision. Be a young man, be a young woman, be a teenager about your decision. Be an elder, an elderly about your decision. No more talking about, well, I'll just wait and see. Well, you're going to wait and see me leave you because that is my final choice. I choose freedom over failure. I choose life over death. I choose blessings over cursings. I choose the new heaven over the old heaven, which is going to go away. I choose the new earth over this old, raggedy, rugged, corrupt earth that sheds blood, that takes bribery, that watches the poor suffer because of the things they do, yet point at them and say, how dare you be poor? I've made my final choice, But brothers and sisters, dig deep down inside and say, have you made your final choice? That person to the left or right of you, that person that you want to text or call, that person who may live, a few minutes away from you, that person that lives in a different state or a different city than you, that you really care about, that you've been praying to the Most High to bring them around. I want you to understand the Most High controls no man or woman. This is what this says. You must grow a pair. You must have enough heart. You must have enough courage to choose life, to choose blessings. It's easy to choose death. Death doesn't hold you responsible for anything because you just die, right? Then they say dying is easy, living is hard. Well, the wages of sin equals death. So living in sin is easy. It's what it's when you turn around and make that final choice and say enough is enough. I'm giving it all to the Most High. I'm giving it all to Christ. I'm going to walk in the Spirit. I'm going to act in the Spirit. I'm going to live in the Spirit. Today is the day. Today is that day, brothers and sisters. Oh, boy. Today is that day. Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 22. Now, I'm not going to read the scripture just yet. Play this quick clip, or should I say, it's visual.
When I was an officer, there still was something that we could coherently call a country based on our social and historical traditions. It doesn't exist anymore. I believe, and I'm going to say this, that the United States is in a process of rapid collapse as a democratic institution, and that a large part of its people, or most of its people, are suffering from some form of self-denial to the point that it's insanity. I think a lot of Americans are literally gone insane.
Tell me, who do you know that's in self-denial? Oh, we're going to talk about that too today. We're going to talk about self-denial all day long. Okay? We're going to talk about it. Why? Woe unto you. And I'm talking to you listening. I'm talking to anyone not listening. Woe unto you who make your final choice with people who are in self-denial. Woe unto you. Why? Because look what the Bible says. Now we know that the Bible says don't be unequally yoked, but I'm gonna get deeper. Proverbs 22. You ask everyone, oh, do you want to live or die? Everyone says, well, I don't want to die just yet, right? Well, let's see. According to scripture, Proverbs 22 and 3 reads, A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. You know, the simple, the foolish, the stupid, the ignorant, yeah, they're in self denial. I'm calling people stupid today. That's right. I'm calling people fools today. That's right. Because look what it says. Simple means to be silly, foolish, simple, simplicity, simple one, seducible. What? There it is. Look, look, look. Seducible means to be capable of being drawn aside from the path of rectitude. That means a news article or the news can persuade someone that no, we're never going to war. No, we're gonna be okay. No, we're gonna we're gonna fight China in 2025. Oh, I have enough time to get myself together. That's a fool. These are stupid people. Hey, the Bible said it, not me. Because a prudent man, you know, it means wise, right? Understanding, breaking it down for y'all. Look what prudent, cautious, practically wise, careful of the consequences of enterprises, measures, or actions, cautious not to act when the end is of doubtful utility or probable and practical. Come on now. Come on now. Look what it says. Wise, intelligent, frugal, economical. I mean, we've went over all these things. A prudent man foreseeth, foreseeth, foreseeth. A wise and intelligent person foreseeth. Look what it says. Ra'ah, to see. Now, understand that when you foresee, it just doesn't mean that you're recognizing something. But it means to advise self. It means you have self-control. You're operating within the spirit. You're walking and living in the spirit. You know. You are able to discern. You're able to take heed, like Christ said. You're able to perceive. You're able to think on what you view or what you see and recognize the appearance of what is there. Hmm. Prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself. Now, please understand, it says to hide means to be absent, keep close, conceal, hide self, keep secret, secret. So it just means a wise man sees the evil and he prepares for it quietly in secret. What do you think the powers that be are doing when they constructed underground bunkers? Come on now. Only few people know about those things. But praises be to the Most High that everything that's in the dark is made manifest, which means if it's hidden, it's coming out. It don't matter how you perceive it. It don't matter if you like it. It don't matter if you think it's real. He said it would come out. He said it would come out. So understand this. Your final choice, brothers and sisters, you listening to me, you understand. I've been trying to prepare people for years, years on top of years. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hide himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. Now, let me explain this to you, how dangerous this can be when you are unequally yoked with brothers and sisters. It don't even matter if you're married, if you're best friends, or if you're in a group. If you unequally yoked, this is your group. There's some who are prudent, and there's some who are simple, but they're scared, so they want to be around the wise. We're going to talk about that later, too. Think about it. Oh, boy. Think about it. My final choice, if I was with someone who won't take heed, but is afraid, fly be gone. Leave me be. Because guess what? I, as a believer in the Most High, Christ, and the Holy Spirit, am not going to get punished for the simple. I don't want to get punished for a fool. Why do you think Christ said in Matthew 19:29, you're going to have to give up some family? Because guess what, brothers and sisters? A lot of our family is dumb, they're fools, and they're simple, and they just want to have a good time. But the earth is not in that setting right now. It is not time to have a good time. It hasn't been for years. And if we want to get biblical, it hasn't been a good time since Christ had to come down and be crucified for our sins. So why choose failure and punishment as your final choice when you see? That's why Christ said, blessed are your eyes and your ears that can foreseeth the evil. Your eyes foreseeth the evil. Your ears foreseeth and understand the evil. I'm not going to burn because we've been married for 15 years. I'm not going to burn because we grew up as childhood friends. I'm not going to burn because ever since 5 years old we knew each other. I'm not going to burn for you. I'll be the first one to tell someone, I don't love you like that. You didn't die for me. Now, watch how dangerous this can get, brothers and sisters. Now, if you are married, right? Check this out. Let's use a man in this case. If a man is married to a woman who's unequally yoked, and she's maybe on the fence, or maybe she doesn't believe at all, guess what? Your death, because it tells us that a man shall lay down his life for his wife, just as Christ for the body, right? So your death will be in vain because you're going to die for someone who doesn't believe the requirement that's holding you, which is to die for your wife. Oh, shoot. I just punched someone in the face. So why am I die if you don't even believe in my Savior? And then Christ is going to look at you like, well, you died when I said, don't be unequally yoked. You died when I said you got to get rid of people. When I said you got to get rid of people, that was your choice because I don't want you to die. I want it better for you, but you cannot control your emotions. You cannot control your heart. And guess what? Then you got to stand before Christ on the day of judgment and hear Christ say, you were so close. But I said, he who loves their father more than me, their mother more than me, is not worthy. He who loves their child more than me is not worthy. He that loves their spouse more than me is not worthy. But you twisted it. You leaned unto your own understanding. You omitted everything speaking as if Christ was judging you omitted everything I said, and you died for nothing. So the simple pass on and are punished. That makes someone simple too. It's like beating the dead horse. So who and your final choice, brothers and sisters, that we're given mercy. Who wants to die in vain? I sit there and tell my small congregation that's with me, I sit there and say, I'll die for anyone, but please make sure it's worth it. That's what I said. Please make sure it's worth it. Please don't let me die and put my life on the line for congregants and it be for nothing. What? Because that's what shepherds are supposed to do as well. What good was that? I'm not Christ, so my blood can't save you. Just my action can help you endure a little bit longer, right? I'm not Christ. Us shepherds are not Christ. So it's by his blood that can save you. So really, you end up doing a disservice to the blood that Christ shed for you. Oh boy, am I talking too much? Now, in respects to a prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself. I got the perfect example. Hebrews 11, 6 and 7. Now, who was that? But without faith, it is impossible to please him. Who is him? The Most High. For he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and, and, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. By faith, Noah, being warned of God of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house, which all believed, which were equally yoked at the time, by the which he condemned the world and became the heir of the righteousness which is by faith. So, you mean to tell me that Proverbs 22 and 3, a prudent man foreseeth evil and hideth himself? That's just like Noah. He seen, he heard, He heard just as the scripture said, being warned of God, the things not have seen yet. You ain't seen bombs dropped, but we're warned that it would come. Now, my question is this, right? The final choice, the wise, the prudent foreseeth the evil and hideth himself. So the prudent will move with fear and prepare an ark to the saving of themselves or their household or those who are with them. But the what? Oh boy, y'all, they wasn't ready. But the simple pass on and are punished. We see this all the time in the Bible. This scripture alone, Noah is in the entire Bible. Prove me wrong. Sodom and Gomorrah, Noah, the same situation, right? Hey, stop this wanting to go after men. I have daughters, Lot said. But the simple pass it on by and say, hey, enough of you talking, old man. And then they were punished. Noah prophesied for over, what is 120 years? And prepared his ark to hide himself from the very thing that he was prophesying would destroy everyone. But the symbol was like, bro, you need to stop playing. Don't nobody listen to you. You've been working on this ark. Man, we don't even know what a boat looked like. Stop playing. And now you talk, oh, you sound crazy. You talking about animals. You talking about all this nonsense. Boy, don't you know the things grow without rain? What do we need rain for? Now, check this out. How many people recognize that without rain comes a drought, right? So, what kind of living was going on during the times of Noah? There were no healthy foods. They were all spliced. They were all engineered. They were all mixed. They were trying to do things because what? There was famine, no rain. See, oh, once you get deeper into this, you'd be like, wait a minute. And it's as if we're living in the times of, wait a second. That's what our Savior said. It's as if we're living in the times of Noah. But the simple gonna be like, nah, I'm gonna go get this degree, I'm gonna start my business. I'm laughing at the people who talking about starting businesses. And I'm like, you're either dumb, you're extremely dumb, or you just want to be dumb and die. There's only three. That's how I look at it. You passing everything, and you have to. Mercy. 2019 and 2020 came upon everyone and was like, whoa. But now the Most High, he said, look upon all the things, one and one, two and two, one is against another. So the one that surprised us, it was like a little test run for ourselves. See how much you trust in the Most High. Now, after the test run, now the Most High says, I'm going to show you what's prepared. I'm not just going to let the missiles drop. I'm going to show you throughout every facet of news outlet, every outlet that's possible. I'm going to show you. And you just be a fool. You be another idiot if you scroll past it, swipe past it, click past it, skip past it. Well, you know what? I'm going to sit. I'll be the first one to say, if you have had the opportunity, or if you know people who's had the opportunity to live without the pressure of persecution and have access, I mean, TV, phone, internet, uh, Wi-Fi, a cafe shop, anything that produces a connection and communication throughout the world, well, they deserve to die. I said it. They deserve to die. Because the Most High is merciful, but how long does he got to wait? If they had it the way they wanted, children would get aborted. There would be no children, and children would be passed down the to the rituals of human trafficking, to the Satanists, to the Masons, to the Hollywood elite. Come on, brothers and sisters. I mean, look at it. You got people who haven't aged in Hollywood. Our mothers, our fathers age. And these people can go wrinkle free. These people don't have a sickness. You never see them with a sickness. You never see them with a cough. You never see them with a scratch. You never see them with nothing but panda eyes. Sick perverts. That's it. And then somehow all their family members die. Their mother dies, their aunts die, their uncles die, their children's die. Y'all seen what happened with Mike Tyson? How your baby gets strung up on a treadmill? I don't believe that. And then years later, he come out of retirement and now he's stuck in a wheelchair. You see, the Most High, he didn't forget. That's called judgment. Now everything is being shown. Everything. So all those people who pass it on, who are in self-denial, they deserve what's coming. They deserve it. I said it. They deserve it. Do you deserve it? No. Because you heard the call of Christ. You are listening to what the Most High said. You are preparing, you're repenting, you're fasting, you're humbling yourself down. You don't deserve to burn and to be destroyed with those who willingly love sin. What is your final choice? Will it be freedom in the new heaven and new earth, or will you fail just to be rewarded the lake of fire? Because guess what? Both of these options have love in them. Oh shoot, you didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said. You didn't understand. Both of these options have love in them. I love what we don't have yet. That's called faith. That's called believing that the Most High is a rewarder of us who are diligently going after Him. That's the love and freedom. But the love of failure, oh boy, Satan will tell you. Now, mind you, Satan gonna use scripture. Remember, he said the righteous fall 7 times. Satan gonna use it because that's what Satan used against Christ. He used scripture in Matthew 4. May I remind you? He came to him and said, if thou be the Son of God, command these stones. He said, Christ said, man shall not live by bread alone, but by the word that proceedeth out of the Most High's mouth. The devil came and took him on a holy city, said, cast thyself down, for it is written, the angels will give charge over thee, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. Christ said, it is written again. Christ went back to everything that was in scripture. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. The devil came to him on the high mountain and showed him the kingdoms of the earth, the glory. And I showed y'all that meant luxury, the luxuries of this world. And he said, all these things will be given to thee if thou wilt fall down, bow down, and worship me. We saw Satan wanted Christ to prostrate himself to Satan. And once again, Christ came with what is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Now, brothers and sisters, when you take it back to even Genesis, the serpent said, surely, Eve, that's not what the Most High meant. That's Satan. Anyone who comes to you now, at this hour, excuse me, we don't even have hours, at these milliseconds left, and says, well, I think we gotta check that out again. That's their choice. They chose failure. Because if it was so important for them to check it out, why didn't they check it out on their own? Why is it a problem when you bring it up? Oh, you ain't heard what I said. Why is it a problem when you bring it up? You see, I'm sorry to say this, but some of y'all are connected with Judases. And you think that Judas love you. But Judas only love you for what you can do and how he can benefit from you. But the time is coming. Judas will be cut off. Now, if you understand what I'm saying, cut your Judas off. If you have no ties to your Judas, cut them off. If not, he will gather the wheat with the tares and he will burn all the tares. Don't you worry. But if you have the means to get rid of that Judas, you make sure you run far from them. Because Judas is going to come just like Satan. He's going to come with scriptures. He's going to come with things that's biblical to transform himself as an angel of light, as a minister of light, excuse me. He was already of light. He was a high angel. He was there in creation. So Understand this. When you choose freedom, you choose the great I am, the Most High. When you choose failure, you choose Satan. Understand that. Why do I say that? It's the Most High who offered grace and mercy, not Satan. That's freedom. That's freedom. You take a look in this world. Money. That's what Satan offered. Money is failure. Why? You have to get so much for people to respect you. It's failure. You have to get so much for, if you're a man, for a woman to take you seriously. That's failure. You will fail because now you have removed the standards of the Most High in Christ and went onto the side of the devil. I hope you understand what I'm saying here. The final choice, brothers and sisters, the final choice. What will be your final choice? Freedom or failure? Revelations 18. Oh boy, let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch, right? Hmm. We'll start from verse 3. It reads, "For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies." And I showed y'all that word means luxury, right? It meant luxury. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, "Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, that ye receive not of her plagues." Now, you may be sitting there wondering, what does it mean to partake of her sins? Check this out.
When I was an officer, there still was something that we could coherently call a country based on our social and historical traditions. It doesn't exist anymore. I believe, and I'm going to say this, that the United States is in a process of rapid collapse as a democratic institution, and that a large part of its people, or most of its people, are suffering from some form of self-denial to the point that it's insanity.
Now, come out of her, so you be not partakers. You didn't know this was the rebuttal to the State of the Union of Joe Blow Biden. Listen to this. This is not the whole video, but a clip.
Beyond our border from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you read the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols.
And what did our Father in heaven say? Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins. Now, they done said it on national, worldwide stage television. Do you believe me now that when the Bible says, when the Most High says, when Christ says, come out of her, my people, be not a partaker of her sin, this woman literally just said, you're partaking in her sins every single day. And you don't even know it, but just because you don't know it doesn't mean that you're not participating. Now, check this out. This is where it gets tricky. Because if you are a person who is simple, and we've all been there in this scripture, yes, we have. Proverbs 22:3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. They're punished. So how many people have passed on that? No, I don't have to flee from America. No, it's we're gonna be okay. And oh, America is Israel, and America's the new heaven and new earth, and we're gonna be okay. And how many of you have done this? Now, I told you choose this day. I told you choose this day. Your final choice, because the Most High didn't put it on a national and a worldwide advertisement that you are a partaker, a partaker, a partaker, a partaker of her sins. You need to hear it again? Hold on.
Beyond our border and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander in chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals. We must partake in their ritual. We must partake in their ritual. Today we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idol. We must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols. Told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols.
Now, let's see something. We're gonna break this down a little bit. Partakers. What does the word partakers mean? It means to co-participate, and it means to communicate, have fellowship with, be partaker of. Now you see it's got like root words, right? Partaker, a union, association, a resemblance. It's a resemblance. A possession, an addition. But let's bring this further. I know you're hating me right now. Those in Babylon, hey, I'm bringing you the truth. Look what it says: to share with others, communicate, distribute, be a partaker. Okay. Look what it says: a sharer, that is associate. Now, when you work at jobs, you're called an associate, right? You're an employee. Even the co-workers that you don't work with, you call them associates, right? So you are a partaker, you're an associate of sins. Now let's see what the word associate means. It says to join in company as a friend, companion, partner, or confederate, to associate others with us in business or in an enterprise. So just an example. To unite in the same mass as particles of matter associated with other substances, to unite in company, to keep company, implying intimacy, congeal minds are disposed to associate. To unite in action or be affected by the action of a different part. To unite in action or be affected by the action of a different part of the body. So if you are affected by anything Babylon does, you are a partaker. Okay. Okay. Look what it says. Joined in employment or office. You work for Babylon. You a part of it. You a partaker. I'm telling you, this goes every way possible. A companion in criminal transaction. Taxes. Your tax money goes to blow people up, goes to send drones, but you don't care. As long as you get your income taxes once a year, you good to go. You're a partaker, because I don't see, and this is what the Most High is talking about. We don't see people rioting over them dropping bombs over Syria, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, Egypt, Libya. We don't see people rioting for that, but you'll riot for abortion. And rightfully so. Some people are trying to protest to block abortion. Praise the Most High for that. But you can't turn a blind eye to everything. You can't be a what? Respecter of persons. Oh boy. I almost brought out my first big part. I didn't bring out the big part yet. We got tons of videos. Don't worry. Now, it says to be a confederate. Look at that. United in a league, allied by treaty. One who is united with others in a league, a person or nation engaged in a confederate, an ally. Now you may say, oh, no, 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 no. But confederate means to unite, to join in a mutual contract or covenant. What? What? Don't you have to sign to get in that house, to get in that apartment, to get in that car, to get in that job, right? These are contracts, these are covenants. Oh, you just didn't understand, did you? Ministry Yeshua is here to help you. And I know someone watching this in Babylon saying, hey, we gotta leave, we gotta go. Hold on. I'm gonna give you what's gonna happen. There's gonna be a few scenarios, and we're gonna break this down completely. Okay. We're gonna break it down completely because you know, everyone knows by now that I am not here to ask for anyone's money. Now you have other congregations and churches who would rather keep their congregants with them rather than tell them the truth, because a what? A congregant that comes out of her can no longer financially uplift those people, right? So that's to them, to a false shepherd, to a false prophet, to a false pastor. That's money lost. Oh boy. That's why they're not going to teach this. They're not going to teach this for that very reason. And if they do, they're going to say, well, you got to follow us. Follow. When we leave, you leave. What happened to one sows and another waters? Just because, brothers and sisters, I may not see you, you may not see me, doesn't mean that you won't come across another laborer just like myself or even better. Because that's what scripture tells us. That's what Paul told us. But as long as we're in one mind, one faith, one body, one spirit, we're good to go. We're good to go. But at least I can sow into you the proper things so that when you do make your decision, your final choice as to what you should do. I don't care if you're in America, I don't care if you're in Europe, Africa. Hey, you'll understand. Okay. So it says, come out of her. Let, let's check this word. Come out of her. Let's see what the scriptures say. Look what it says. Come forth, come out. Look what it says. Depart out of. Escape. Get out. Didn't they make a movie saying get out? Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, whatever. Go, go abroad, go away, out, thence proceed. Now, when you say from Babylon, you're talking about go abroad. People think of usually like, oh, I'm going to fly to Africa or I'm going to fly somewhere. Well, we know that that boat has left. As soon as they came up with, the 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 shots and the requirements, that boat has gone. I mean, unless y'all know something I don't know, hey, share it in the comments so other brothers and sisters can know. All right. But that boat has gone to go abroad. For those of you thinking you're going to go to Canada, Canada is also an extension of the 10 horns, by the way. So, yeah, why run right back to, why run right back there, But hey, so now if you're still there, it's saying escape, depart out of, get out. I want you to pay attention to these words, okay? And I'm going to show you how. So many years I didn't told people the scriptures and they just looked at me like I was a fool. And I said, I'm sticking by this. I'm sticking by what the scriptures say. You're going to see. It says, come out of her. Out of. What does that mean? Let's go into it. Denoting origin. From. Out. Okay. Pay attention. And then also means what? Often of completion. So the complete part of Babylon. Yeah, that includes Hawaii as well. And it can be tough because Alaska doesn't even belong to America. Alaska is a property of Russia. It was just signed in treaty. They actually stole it, but hey, whatever. Okay, so I would even say if you were in Alaska, get out of there too. I'm just keeping it real. Hey, I love you. I love you. Okay. And we know her is what? Is Babylon. Okay? Is Babylon. Now, come out of. And then it says, we're going to play the pronoun game. Self, right? Okay. Backward. Okay. Reflexive pronoun, self. So it's telling all individuals come out of her, that particular person, Babylon, the whore, but then it is also saying him, thyself, yourself, she, their, them, come out of Babylon, other persons, all people. Okay. And for the simple who like to once again say that this is spiritual, you wouldn't be leaving Babylon physically if you weren't spiritual, if you weren't with the Most High. Duh. Because the common person is going to try and leave when it's being destroyed and invaded, and they're not going to make much of nothing. They're going to die, just like scripture says. So by you leaving is showing faith with works. Don't sit there and tell me this is a spiritual leaving. It's the stupidest thing ever, once again. Okay. And I'm going to show you again. We have so many scriptures to back this up. Jeremiah 50. Come out of her, my people, and receive not the plagues. Jeremiah 50. Let's do it. 22. I'm going to 34. Not reading it all. It reads, a sound of battle is in the land and of great destruction. What do you see now? All they keep talking about is war, 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 war. What do you see? And of great destruction. How is the hammer of the whole earth? I mean, how are the police of the whole earth cut asunder? I was in the military. Wife was in the military. My brothers and sisters, out there, vets. Y'all know they call us the police of the world when we're in the military, and we hate it. You got soldiers sitting there saying, "Why we gotta fight this war? Why we gotta be deployed to this place? This ain't our home." It says, how is Babylon become a desolation among nations? I have laid a snare for thee. So pay attention. The Most High said he laid a trap for Babylon. So they're going to take the bait on something. Could it be that balloon? Could it be? And thou art also taken, O Babylon, and thou wast not aware. Thou art found and also caught, because thou hast striven against the Lord. Could it be Ukraine is the snare? Could it be the trap? You sending all your tanks and all your soldiers now over there? Poland, Germany, more than ever, right? Lithuania, right? It's a snare. You sending all your defense to thousands upon thousands of miles away. It says, thou art also taken. Wait a minute. I, as a minister, also used to be a professor in English. Yes, English. I know words very well. And when it says, thou art also taken, they will be captured. It's an invasion. Remember that movie Red Dawn? It ain't gonna happen like that. You're gonna have nations on nations on nations. And thou wast not aware, thou art found and also caught, because thou hast striven against the Lord. And the Lord hath opened his armory and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation. Why do you think Russia got weapons called Satan? Why do you think Iran got weapons called Satan? Excuse me. For this is the work of the Lord God of hosts and the land of the Chaldeans. Now, it is talking about O Babylon, but it's talking about it's the land of Chaldeans. Now, go ahead, and I did some searching, and look what it says. Chaldeans means spiritus. So it would mean the land of the spiritus. What is a spiritus? Let's look up that. It says spiritism comes from the word spiritualism. Now let's keep going. Let's keep going. Spiritualism means a system of belief or religious practice based on supposed communication with the spirits of the dead, especially through mediums. So it's a land for every, what does the Bible say in Revelation? And in Jeremiah, a land inhabited with every kind of demon. It's a land of the spirits of the dead, the spirits of the fallen. That's what Babylon is. It's not saying it's literally the land of the Middle East. It's saying it's the land of spirits. Wait a second. Verse 26. Come against her from the utmost border. Open her storehouses, cast her up as heaps, and destroy her utterly. Let nothing of her be left. This ain't going to be a movie. Nothing will be there. This is the Most High's armory. Now, what does it say? Come. Now, I love the words, okay? And I love you even more than the words. Yes, I'm talking to all you listening. Come against her from the utmost border. Now, why don't no one pay attention to this? The utmost border. Now, look what it says. It says extremity. Okay, extremity. Now, let me go back to this one first. Y'all, and for all the naysayers that don't believe this is Babylon, check this out. Come against her from the utmost border. So it says from out of. Okay, once again, saying out of. Now, let's see what the border meant. An extremity after and after utmost border and infinite in process. Extremity. Let's look at this word. Let me see. The utmost point or side, the verge, the point or border that terminates a thing. And extremities of a country. The utmost part, borders of the body. Okay. Utmost point, highest or furthest degree. Extreme or utmost distress, straits or difficulties, as a city besieged and reduced to extremity. Hmm. Now, let me see if I can get this one. Utmost. Utmost means extreme, being the furthest point or extremity as the utmost limit of North America. They thought I was crazy. That's Babylon. That's Babylon. The furthest point or extremity as the utmost limit of North America. It's Babylon. Am I still crazy? I don't think so. Look, the root word would be in Hebrew, the end of something, or to make an end by cutting it off. And then it goes the end of a time period or place or the end of something, the border of a country at the ends. So this ain't just talking about that you're going to come by the southern border. You're going to come by the northern border. They're going to come by the southern border. And if you ever think that you can just go to the mainland waters of Atlantic or Pacific, they're going to come and rock the coastal lines too. If you in Florida, they going to come there too. If you in Texas, if you in that Gulf of Mexico area, they going to come there too. They coming at every part of the border. Oh boy. It says, cast her up as heaps and destroy her utterly. Let nothing of her be left. Slay all her bullocks, that's the animals. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe unto them, for their day is come, the time of their visitation. And the voice of them that flee and escape out of the land of Babylon to declare in Zion the vengeance of the Lord our God, the vengeance of his temple. Now, there's hope. Okay. Because as all this invasion, while all this invasion is happening, the Most High is going to allow people to flee and escape at that very moment. But you have a job to do. You have to declare in Zion. That means you have to, wait, let's see what declare is. You have to what? To front. You may say, what? That is to stand boldly and to manifest and to announce and to expose, predict, explain, and praise. What? And you are a messenger. And you will tell the world of the destruction that the great I am has done to that whore Babel. So, yes, there will be people to leave in the midst of destruction. Who are they? We cannot ignore the fact that they will predict, which means they've been telling you before. They will be messengers. Who are messengers? Wait a second. Wait a second. Messengers are apostles. No, no, no. Maybe they don't believe me. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Watch this. Watch this. A messenger. Okay, close to angels as well. There's two messengers, by the way, not just angels. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. I'm just showing you. This is a human messenger or messenger of God. Who is the human messenger and apostle, right? Okay, you follow me? You follow me? Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. Okay, now let's go to messenger, which is an apostle. Okay, watch it, watch it. Apostle is what? Send forth. A person sent by another, a messenger. Let's see if I got it. This is watch, watch. Wait for it. Let's see if we got it. Let's see, did it save it? So I had saved one in here a while ago. Okay, an apostle is a sent one, a messenger, an ambassador. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. An ambassador is a minister. There will be ministers to leave from Babylon because they know what to do. So if you're going to leave from Babylon, you got a job to do. You just don't get to leave and be like, oh, praise the Most High. We made it. Oh, no. You got a job, especially if you're a man. And the only men who will be leaving from Babylon are the men of gold. Okay. Now, with that being said, verse 29. Call together the archers against Babylon. All ye that bend the bow, camp against it. What? Camp against it. No, y'all didn't even hear what the Most High was saying. Pitch, encamp. Now, it says generally to encamp for abode or siege. Now, wait a second. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. Abode means what? To abide. Watch this, watch this, watch this. To stay. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. So why are all those immigrants coming in Babylon? Watch this, watch this, watch this. To stay and dwell. They have hired people to come in to Babylon, pose as immigrants. So you notice, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. You notice you don't see no women. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. You don't see no women coming in those borders, do you? Watch this, watch this. You only see men, right? Oh, and supposedly they lost all the children, right? Or the children in cages, right? Watch this, watch this. Oh, you mean the Most High told them to come in as immigrants, and those who don't come in as immigrants, I want you to camp around her. Mexico, Cuba, Panama, Brazil, Venezuela, Alaska, Nova Scotia, Atlantic Ocean, South Carolina, Florida, Bermuda. Abode and camp for siege. So guess what? If you're living in Babylon, wake up. They're already there. They already are there. Most High wasn't just gonna let you flee and escape. You're gonna declare something mighty. You're gonna be a witness to the greatest destruction that Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Noah, Enoch, Melchizedek, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Baruch, Ezra. You're going to be a witness to everything they said and that they wanted to see. Woo! Faith with works. Because there ain't no rapture for this. And that scripture can also be for those who believe in the rapture. See, they be like, oh no, God's good. We're going to get raptured. We won't see that. Watch. It says, therefore shall her young men fall in the streets, and all her men of war shall be cut off in that day. It's the military. Behold, I am against thee, O thou most proud, saith the Lord God of hosts, for thy day is come, the time that I will visit thee, and the most proud shall stumble and fall, and none shall raise him up, and I will kindle a fire in his cities. See that? That's explosions and gunfire, grenades, lasers, you name it. And it shall devour all round about him. Yeah, those are bombs. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together. These people thinking like, who in the world has been oppressed? Wait a minute. People of color. Hispanics, natives, Pacific Islanders, they've been oppressed. Oh, and all that took them captives held them fast. Wait. Watch it. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Now you want to leave, right? You can't because there's a requirement, right? To get in countries, to fly out of certain places, right? That's called what? They refused to let them go. They set up a system of Pharaoh. There is no Pharaoh when they're all Pharaohs, right? Verse 34. The Redeemer is strong, the Lord of hosts is his name. He shall thoroughly plead their cause that he may give rest to the land and disquit the inhabitants of Babylon. And what does it mean? With a violent emotion to make them quiver in anger or fear. He's going to make all those in Babylon fear. Wow, 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 wow. I'm not finished though. We're going to hit the important parts. Jeremiah 51, verse 1 through 12 reads, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of them, that rise up against me a destroying wind. Wait a minute. Them that dwell. It's to settle. So even habitation, make to keep house. All of those who want to, yeah, America, yeah. You know what? We're gonna we're gonna defend our land. They're not gonna make it. They're not gonna make it. Okay. That's what they tell people. Yeah, you can stock up and save in Babylon. I get it. Food price, and what you're doing that for is the food prices over there are going crazy. You know, gas, everything's just going to keep going and going and going. But your plan should not be to sit there. It shouldn't be to sit there. Okay. Now, in the midst, I'm going to get into that again. The midst, the word the midst. In the midst of them that rise up against me, a destroying wind. Now, pay attention. To destroy means to decay, a ruin. Okay. Corrupt, corrupter, corrupt thing. Okay. And a wind is usually tribulation, by the way. Look what it says, figuratively life. So a troubled, destroying life, unsubstantiality, excuse me. By resemblance, spirit. Spirit and spiritual. Wow. So bringing everything to a spiritual ruin. And look what the word is in Hebrew, ruach. It's the term for the Holy Spirit, by the way. Kadesh Ruach, which means the Holy Spirit is going to tear that place up. Because the blasphemy of Babylon has risen to the point where they will not disregard the Holy Spirit and purposely blaspheme the Holy Spirit by the second. Hmm, hmm. So remember when it says in the New Testament, do not grieve the Holy Spirit? Holy Spirit, you're about to see that the Holy Spirit got a lot more power than what you think. Mind you, Babylon is the land of speaking in tongues, blaspheming the Holy Spirit on a continuous. It doesn't stop. Verse 2 reads, and will send unto Babylon fanners that shall fan her and shall empty her land, for in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about. Once again, round about. Once again, round about, round about, round about, round about, round about, round about. Many, same thing. Many also goes back to Iran as well, but round about, round about, round about, round about, round about, circle, neighbor, environments, chiefly with or without, around, circuit, on every side, north, west, south, east, boom. Where are you going? People used to tell me, oh, we're going to go to the Carolinas. What part of leave don't you get? At this point, I'm not going to tell people no more. After this, I'm finished. I'm finished. I didn't even want to make these lessons because barely anyone listens. But I have an obligation to those who do listen and to those who I love, which who do listen, even those who don't listen. But more so, I'm focused on you who do listen. I love you. And so, for those of you who are there, guess what? I need to share with you what's going to occur. It says, against him that bendeth, let the archer bend his bows, and against him that lifteth himself up in his brigandine. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You not getting it. Brigandine, come on, my military brothers and sisters. Come on, y'all know what this means. Brigandine, coat of mail, brigade. Okay, okay. My, it was meant for what? Coats of mail, coat of arms. They coming for war. Look at that. You see that? Coat of mail is referring to a breastplate. That's referring to what? Military. They're ready. See, coat of mail or armor to defend the neck and breast. That will be your your IBAs and all that stuff. Your protective gear for your chest, for bullets, the Teflon, the Kevlars. And it says, so those who arch and bend the bow, and them that lift up the brigandine, himself in his brigandine, means what? The armies are coming. This ain't a few people. They are bringing the nations. The nations. They are bringing the nations. Let me say something real quick. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. Look at that. Brigantine came from brigandine. Okay. And the word small two-masted ship. That's Navy. East Coast, West Coast. Bye bye. Okay, they gonna bring people. Texas, goodbye. Okay, Florida, goodbye. It means to fight. So the Most High gonna make sure you don't escape. Now, mind you, it says see brigade and compare to brigand. So let's see brigade. Oh, wow. A body of soldiers, brigata, Italian, means troop, crowd, gang from brigare, which means to brawl, fight. Now, brigade, brothers and sisters, you haven't been in the military. It's usually by the thousands. It's by the thousands. Okay? I mean, and this is more than one nation coming. It's by the thousands. You hearing what I'm saying? Look at what it says, brigand. So coming from this root word, brigandine, it says lightly armed, irregular foot soldier, a trooper, skirmisher, foot soldier. Brigare, to brawl, fight. The sense of a robber, a freebooter, one who lives by pillaging. Wait a second. I told you they was making up stuff about this border. I told you they was saying all the robbers and the thieves are coming in the country, right? And they coming from their country and their prisons don't want them. Does that even sound logical? I want you to think about it. If the prisons in other countries had people, why would they release them? It's a cover up story. So you hate these other South American countries, yet they're training soldiers to come in here as robbers and criminals. I'm not bypassing the fact that they saying fentanyl and all that. I ain't bypassing that. But when the individuals come from the border, as people know, they always are doing apparently evil things, right? This is the brigand. This is them letting the Most High letting all these people in the border. Once again, these are not normal people. Not all. And I'm not saying all of them. Some people, hey, legitimately, if you see them on the street or on the corner, some people can. There's some soldiers who train to do that stuff. Right? You have special forces who train to go from eating out of trash cans. Camp McCall, Fort Bragg, I know. Okay. Hey, this is what they do. They can look homeless. And they're trained to go without showers, to go without food, to look dirty. But the time is coming, and the Most High said, and spare ye not her young men, destroy ye utterly all her host. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and they that are thrust through in her streets. So there was going to be fighting in the streets. They're going to be fighting in the streets. There ain't nothing that you can do to prepare for this, brothers and sisters, only by getting close and getting right with the Almighty. That's all you can do. There's not a gun that will save you. There's not a grenade that can save you. I don't care if the whole neighborhood was in unison, that won't even save you. It says, for Israel hath not been forsaken, nor Judah of his God, of the Lord of hosts, though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. So what does Babylon have to do with Israel? Once again, you look at the wrong people, you see the prophecies wrong. Because Babylon is far away from the geographical Israel. But yet it's talking about how they mistreated and would not let the children of Israel go. So there's children of Israel in Babylon that the Most High wants out of there. So there are going to be people to come out. You best believe. It's going to be greater than Egypt. He said you would remember the days of old no more. Now, once again, flee out of the midst of Babylon and deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity. For this is the time of the Lord's vengeance. He will render unto her a recompense. Y'all hear me? Did y'all hear the scriptures that said flee? Now, check this word out. Standard. Okay. Okay. Check this out. Check this out. Now, it says lift, standard, and refuge. Picture of a seed representing continuance, that is, of a thorn. Now, remember that word thorn, representing the idea of grabbing hold. Combine these mean continue to grab hold. Okay, the tribal flag that is hung from a horizontal pole and lifted up high and seen from a distance. Wait, what? Remember, I want y'all to remember the picture of a thorn. Okay, remember that. Now, let's go to the concordance. It says nous. It means to flit, to vanish away, to escape, causatively chase, impel, deliver. So that's what would happen. People would be chasing you. And you would be delivered. Okay? You guys are just gonna get out of this anyway, right? You're gonna get out of it the way the Most High wants. Because look, it says to flit, to escape, causatively, chase, impel, deliver, which means impel means to drive or urge forward, to press on. The Most High would make it to the point where you gotta go. You're welcome. So for example, if you live like in Ohio, mind you, Ohio is not a country. Okay. Babylon is a country. Okay. So just because you don't believe in Ohio that you have to go, don't be so ignorant because it's the country that's getting invaded, not your state. So you have to be driven out and pressed out. Look what it says, to excite to action to move forward. This is how the Most High would get us to go. Because those who love the Most High would be afraid. Oh, do we do this? Do we do that? Most High just told you, I'll get you out. But all you have to do is listen. Look at the whole construct of everything that's happening with Babylon. He says, flee, chase, impel, deliver. Make to flee, flee away, fleeing, put to flight, lift up a standard. I want you to remember that. Hide, lift up a standard. I want you to remember, lift up a standard. I want you to remember that. And it says, flee out of the mist. flee out of the mist. Now, look at this word mist. It means to sever, a bisection. Wait, the center, the middle. Flee from within. Flee from within the middle, the east, the west, the north. Flee from the middle of Babylon. Because you ain't gonna make it if you're on the east or west coast, north, or even Florida, Mississippi. I've told people you want to survive in Babylon, you be living amongst that border. You would be a smart woman or a smart man to live amongst that border because the Most High is not going to stop time. And mind you, no, excuse me, he will stop time, but it'll only be for like, it'll feel like 3 hours, but it'll be an hour. Okay. But if you know you can't get from, let's say Idaho to Arizona in 3 hours or in an hour, why tempt the Most High? He's not going to make nothing for you. He already told us in scripture, I'm done with this place. He doesn't want any more of it. This is why he said, come out of her that you be not a partaker, that you receive not her plagues. If an EMP goes off and you're in, let's say, Pennsylvania, you're not getting to the border. There's going to be chaos. It's going to be darkness. It's going to be militaries, paratroopers, airborne and air assault coming from the sky. You're not going nowhere. Let's just be real. And I would be a disservice if I'm sitting here saying, okay, I've been in the military. Okay, I've had training. Okay, all right, I understand how certain things work. I can only speak on certain things. Okay, paratroopers. Okay, air assault. Okay, even the special forces, because I didn't make it, but I did train a little bit at Camp McCall at Fort Bragg. So I can sit there and tell you what I do know. You ain't gonna make it. you ain't gonna make it. And the first place they're gonna go, watch this. The first place these militaries are gonna go, they're gonna override the military bases and the police stations. Okay. And you know what? Just for the heck of it, who knows? They may let out prisoners. They may. They may. Right? Who knows? But we know the first place they're going to go is they're going to override all the military bases because the military bases got what? They got the Humvees, they got the up armor vehicles, they got the armory for the weapons, right? They got the ammunition. They got whatever's left that they didn't give to Ukraine. And then they're going to go for police stations, sheriff stations, precincts. They can go for all those places. You control the authority, you control the cities. Then America gonna be looking like Afghanistan. Then it's gonna be looking like Iraq and Syria with ISIS, roadblocks, shooting you on sight. Oh boy. It says, flee out of the midst of Babylon and deliver. Deliver, 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 deliver. Look what it says, to be smooth. Most High wants you to be smooth. Coming out of there smooth. And it doesn't mean that we're going to do it ourselves. It means the Most High is going to make us come out smooth, like, wow, Most High did that. Yeah. Most High got style, baby. He's like, yeah, watch how I do this for my children. Yeah, watch. Okay. To escape by slipperiness. Now understand in Second Ezra, it says, he who wait. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that for y'all. Y'all not gonna believe this. I'm gonna get it. In Second Ezra. Okay. It says in 13 and 23, he that shall endure the peril in that time have kept himself. They that be fallen into danger are such as have works and faith toward the Almighty. Know this, therefore, that they which be left behind are more blessed than they that be dead. Okay. Second Ezra 13, 23 and 24. Come on. So when he says what? I'll deliver you. Says deliver every man his soul. That means you gotta actually what? Be seeking to what? It says causatively to release or rescue, specifically bring forth, young, emit sparks, deliver self, escape. That means the Most High would make a way. All you had to do was act in faith with the Most High. And I know this is a lot. Because if you live in certain parts of Babylon and you not on the border, you like, man, times is tough. How can I get home? I got this crap. Man, for you bet. When I finish showing y'all these videos, you're gonna be like, forget credit. Anybody who could take me, Most High, I'm yours. I'm just jumping. You said jump. I don't know where I'm gonna land, but I know your hand's gonna catch me wherever you tell me to go. That's how your faith gotta operate. It says, deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is a time of the Lord's vengeance. Babylon hath been a golden cup, verse 7. Babylon hath been a golden cup in her hand, eh, in the Lord's hands, that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain. If so, she may be healed. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her. Let us go, everyone into his own country. For every for her judgment reacheth unto heaven and is lifted up even to the skies. The Lord hath brought forth our righteousness. Come, let us declare Zion in the work of the Lord our God. Now, what did it just say? The Lord hath brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare Zion. What did it say in chapter 50? That when you flee, you would declare Zion, right? Which means what? The Most High will make a way for the righteous to escape. He's saying it once again. Certain words, I hate when they mix up certain stuff because it makes it like difficult, as you saw in the beginning Hebrew. But look, it says the Lord hath brought forth. Look what it says in Hebrew. Brought forth is yatsah, to go, to bring out. The Most High will bring you out if He wants you out. You just have to make the final choice of moving with faith and works, of moving with fear, like the Most High said. You see why this is called freedom of failure? The choice is yours. He's saying he's going to care for you if you have been doing right. Or do you want to burn with others? Do you, Brothers and sisters, you sit there and see in Zephaniah and Zechariah, it talks about them pillaging women, right? And ravaging women and killing the children with no mercy, the elderly. That's what you want. I'm showing you word by word. They're coming. And our righteousness. Okay. Our righteousness. Our righteousness. Look what it says. Rightness, rectitude, justice, morally, virtue, or figuratively, prosperity. If you didn't understand what this word is Zadok or Zadok. Okay, that's Zadok in Hebrew. It means to be causatively to make right, to cleanse, clear self, be, do, be just, do justice, justify, justify self. Because what? By faith, we are justified, right? Not by works only. By faith, we are justified. So it takes faith for you to be brought out of Babylon. It takes faith and works. Oh, I'm talking too much. I'm showing you everything word by word, detail by detail, brothers and sisters. I hope you're taking heed. Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord hath raised up the spirit of the king of Medes. That's Iran, Persia. I did that lesson. Go look at it if you haven't. For his devices against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple. Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon. Make the watch strong, set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes, for the Lord hath both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon. Wait a minute. I told you, remember the word, set up the standard. Set up the standard. What is a standard? It's what? A flag, a signal, a standard. Now, watch this. What did we just look at? Noose, which means to lift up a standard. Now, I got them on both sides. Tracking, lift, standard, refuge. Once again, picture of the thorn, the idea of grabbing hold. It is ness or nace, a flag, as a sail, flagstaff, a signal. Most High says, set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon. So the Most High saying, when you see certain stuff happening at the walls of Babylon, to join a wall of protection, that's why they keep saying, build that wall. When you see things at the wall, he said, make your watch strong. Where are your ministers? Where are your pastors? Where are your elders who are telling you that the wall is coming down? He said, make the watch strong. A guard, right? Make the watch strong. Look what it says. Set up a watchman. So they're setting up watchmen. Don't you think? Look upon the works of the Most High, two and two, one against another. So if they are setting up watchmen outside, where's your watchman looking on the outside? I, you know what? It's good when Babylon goes down because they brought so much evil to the world, even through religion. Up there lying to people, and people are, they say they're knocking at the door. They at the door. For the Lord hath both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon. O thou that dwellest, O thou that dwellest upon many waters, abundant in treasures, thy end is come, and the measure of thy covetousness. Now, did you hear what the Most High said? Dwellest upon many waters. That means there are militaries everywhere. That means they'll go upon different lands and try and conquer. We know this. And don't worry, Europe, you're part of this too. Europe gonna get the business too, rightfully deserved. All right. So that was 12 through 12. Now I'm going to drop to verse 27. Once again, set up a standard in the land. Now it says now it's not in the border. It's at the land. It's in the middle of the country. It's in the different states. Blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her kingdoms of Iraq, Mini and Ashkenaz. Ashkenaz, Germany is coming to destroy America as well. Iraq, Turkey, Mini, Iran, they coming too. They said, oh, Germany was a partner of, America. They coming too. They coming too. People say Ashkenaz. That sounds like the Jews, the Jewish people. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. That's right. Ashkenaz is what? Descendants of Japheth. Descendants of Japheth. And Ashkenaz is what? Whence it probable that Ashkenaz was a province of Armenia as well. Uh-oh. 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 Tribes of the Japhetic race. Uh-oh. They also deriving from the German race from the Ashkenaz. Uh-oh. 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 You ain't gonna win this war. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of Medes, the captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the lands of his dominion. That's what they doing now. All the land shall tremble and sorrow, for every purpose of the Lord shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without inhabitant. The mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. If you didn't know what forborne to fight, that means they don't want to. It says, look, it says to be flabby. They're out of shape. They can't fight if they wanted to. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna leave. They out of shape. They not willing. They not ready. They not prepared. It says they be lacking and idle. Y'all see the American military? It's a joke now. It's a joke. It's so sensitive. War is not sensitive. It don't care about your feelings. It don't care you got a boo-boo. It don't care about your family situation. It don't even care about you. It's got a mission. It says they have remained in their holds. Oh boy. It says the soldiers will remain in their holds. That means they're going to stay hiding. They're going to stay in the bases. They're not even going to go out to the paratroopers and the air assault unit. They're going to let them take over. their might hath failed. Didn't it say America's army is the weakest now? They became as women. They all the soldiers now, when I was in the military, we was focused. But now all the soldiers doing TikTok and stuff like that. I'm like, what? And now they got the pronoun gang up in there. What? And guess what? These soldiers ain't seen, these soldiers nowadays, they ain't seen an ounce of combat. They've never been deployed. They don't know. You don't even know what they're going to do. This is right up what the Most High says. They ain't got no experience. They're going to crumble. And not I'm saying they shouldn't have experience being deployed. Unfortunately, we do. But hey, they the, it's going to be it's going to be bad. Trust me. It says they have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken. One post shall run to meet the other. That means what? One base shall go to the next. Instead of protecting the people. And one messenger to meet another to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken at one end. What? What? I thought it was a joke. It's happening. All them people who sitting there saying it's not going to happen. The city, the country is taken. Look what I mean. The city, a city guarded by a walking or watch, an encampment, a post, a city, a court, a town. It means towns and states will be taken. They're not just going to blow up Babylon at first. No. Everything that Babylon has done, they will receive. Moving forward. And at the pass and that the passages are stopped and the reeds have burned with fire and the men of war are frightened. So that means combat vets, they're going to be scared too. They're like, whoa, what is this? It says the passages. I want y'all to show you. Look what it says: a crossing, a place of a river, a transit, an overwhelming. Oh boy, that's your bridges. Why you think they keep saying, let's make, this amount of money for the bridges? They're gonna take out the bridges. They're gonna have tanks on the bridges. Why you think we gotta make our roads better? We gotta make our roads better. How many millions they gonna put into y'all roads in Babylon? They gonna take out the bridges. They gonna be on your highways. They gonna be on the throughways. Anywhere they can stop a mass amount of people from leaving, they will be. In the reeds, pools, waters. For thus, verse 33, for thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her yet a while, and the time of her harvest shall come. The last portion on this, 42 to 50. Excuse me. The sea is come up upon Babylon. She is covered with a multitude of waves. So the East Coast, they finished. Like they're gonna use that tsunami bomb, take out them. They're gonna drop, and the rest of the borders. Her cities are desolation, a dry land in the wilderness, and a land where no man dwelleth, nor doeth any son of man pass thereby. So what is it saying? The Most High is gonna let the people engage and fight back, and all of this, and they're gonna take over still. Why do you think all the nations are gonna come? It says, and I will punish Bel in Babylon. Bel is another name for Lucifer. And I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he has swallowed up. Praise the Most High. Because what? He's going to swallow up the people who can't leave. And the nation shall not flow together any more unto him. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. What is that? That's the southern wall. That's that wall they keep saying. Build that wall. If you in Babylon, I'm like, nah, forget that wall. I need to go where that wall is so that when the Most High say, go on out. You know what I'm saying? You want to be as close as possible. My people, go ye out of the midst of her and deliver every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Lord. Now, once again, go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Yatsa. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go some more. I'm gonna keep saying it because people, oh my goodness, go, 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 go. Go out of the midst. So when you see that sever, when you see that bisection, get from there, get from the center, go out of the midst. The water is coming on the sides. They have no choice but to go in the middle, and they will go through the wall, the southern wall. Oh my, come on, people. And deliver ye, deliver ye, deliver ye, deliver ye. Bring forth, same thing, Malat. He's going to give us away, lest your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. Now, wait. He's telling you what will happen. Then he's saying, my people, leave. Okay. But the first thing you should do when you see that wall, okay, he's going to give us the ability of all those who are there. He's going to give us the ability to what? Leave. Huh? But what? You have to be ready. You have that faith with works. It says, lest your heart faint and ye hear of the rumor that shall be heard in the land. So he's going to give people the opportunity to leave even before. And some people will have to proclaim what? Zion, I say, left during the invasion. There's two types of people who's leaving this. Either you done left already, you getting ready to leave, or you gonna leave, or excuse me, three types, or you gonna leave during the invasion. And the Most High will place it on your heart. It says, a rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year. And shall come a rumor and violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Therefore, behold the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and earth and all that is therein shall sing for Babylon, for the spoilers shall come unto her from the north. What? I told you where they coming. The north is Russia. Okay. Saith the Lord. Let's see if I can. I know I shared it already once, but I shared it in one lesson already. And it said the north of Judea was represented. Okay. But I did share it in the other lessons. I'm not about to literally go through it again. Okay. Now, as Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so at Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword. I'm going to say it again. Ye that have escaped the sword. I'm going to say it again. Ye that have escaped the sword. Go away, stand not still. Remember the Lord afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. So you will, if the Most High wants you to flee, you will be at those borders. I repeat again, If the Most High wants you to flee, and you want to flee, but you haven't fled, you will be, I repeat, you will be at those borders if you want to move forward in this journey. If you inland, you ain't gonna make it. That's all I'm gonna say. I used to tell people, imagine the Most High saying something several times and you finding out it's not an option. If the Most High tell you to flee to the border and you find out on the day of judgment, he's like, I didn't say that was an option. I told you, I commanded you to do that. How stupid will you feel then? Because something repeated over and over and over is not an option, right? It's not an option. So now at that point, you have the what? Final choice. Will you choose freedom or failure? Which one will it be? Which one will it be? Now, in respects to, it says, stand not still. Why does it say that? 2nd Ezra 16 and 40. My favorite. O my people, hear my word, make you ready to thy battle, and those evils be even as pilgrims upon the earth. Keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. Everything that you're doing now, it don't even matter. Going to work, paying taxes, all that, it don't even matter. Am I saying not to do it? No. But am I saying should you stress over it? No, because it doesn't even matter. And then Isaiah, oh, we getting into this. This is about to start getting juicy. Or you're like, what? I wonder what videos he got. Oh my God. Isaiah 48 and 20, it says, go ye forth of Babylon, flee from the Chaldeans, with a voice singing, declare ye, tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth. Say ye, the Lord hath redeemed his servant Jacob. So when Babylon goes down, you better scream it out loud. It is time for Jacob to rise. It's time for us to do our job. Come on now. The destruction of Babylon is when Jacob, meaning the children of Israel, has been fully redeemed and it's ready to rock and roll. Ooh wee. But are you ready? Are you ready? Obadiah. Obadiah. There's only one chapter. So Obadiah verse 15. Check this out. Watch this. For the day of the Lord is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thy own head. Now you may say, why in the world? Why in the world would I say this? So let's start with this. One second. Start with this. Let's see what Babylon still does till this day, right? Let's see what they do till this day.
At the end of January 2023, talks between Turkish President Erdogan and the Swedish government detonated.
So you will let terror organizations run wild on your avenues and streets and then expect our support for getting into NATO? That's not happening.
In order to be accepted into NATO, Sweden and Finland as well needed the vote from Turkey. But talks disintegrated after a Swedish-Danish politician set fire to the Quran in front of the Turkish embassy in Stockholm.
On Saturday, Rasmus Paludan, head of a far-right Danish party, held a protest in front of Turkey's embassy in Stockholm. The Swedish-Danish national set fire to the Quran. That has put Sweden's NATO application in jeopardy. Accession to the military alliance must be approved unanimously by member states, including Turkey.
After Erdogan's declaration, Turkey and northern Syria were devastated by a series of earthquakes in southern Turkey, with a death toll that has reached well over 11,000 people.
We are finished. My God, there is nobody here. Nobody. What kind of state is this?
Turkey is no stranger to earthquakes, the majority of them occurring in the eastern and western portions of the country. But strange anomalies occurred just before the earthquakes, leading many to question whether a HAARP weapon may have been used to punish the Turkish government for failing to toe the line of NATO's New World Order overlords.
Amerikan Büyükelçisi'ne buradan söylüyorum. Hangi gazetecilere yazı yazdırdığını biliyorum.
Get your dirty hands off Turkey.
Pis ellerini Türkiye'nin üzerinden çek. Çok net söylüyorum.
I'm telling you very clearly, get your dirty hands off Turkey. I know clearly what you have done.
Pis ellerini Türkiye'nin üzerinden çek.
Are so large, so all-encompassing that all other weather modification programs that go on a smaller regional basis are virtually, they're negated by the scope and scale of the global geoengineering programs. The saturation, which ionizes the atmosphere, makes the atmosphere more conductive. We have the HAARP facilities, high-frequency active auroral research program. These are ionosphere heaters. Many have heard of the HAARP facilities. There's not just one or two or three. We believe there's at least 18 around the globe, possibly with 3 more being built in Antarctica right now.
We were able to identify each frequency. We accomplished this with just 30 watts of radio power. If you do this with a billion watts, the vibrations are so violent that the entire piano would shake. In fact, the whole house would shake. In fact, the vibrations could be so severe underground that could even cause an earthquake.
These weapons of geopolitical terrorism will be able to mold the climate change narrative and bend countries to the will of the New World Order as the target date of UN Agenda 2030 draws nigh.
So wow. Wow. Well, everyone's supporting America and Ukraine because you know they're focused on NATO because of Ukraine. That's why. They're focused. And so Turkey's like, we don't want nothing to do with this. Yeah, who created the HAARP? Babylon. As you've done to others, so shall be done to you. All that taxpayer money, all that. Come on now. You're just going to go to sleep at night knowing that your politicians then killed thousands of people? And you think that nothing's going to happen? No one thinks it not strange? I mean, come on. People not stupid, brothers and sisters. People are not ignorant. So as you have done to others, so shall it be done unto you. That's Europe. That's America. Canada, NATO. Oh, it's coming. Now I'm gonna I told you we're gonna bring this full circle. Okay? We're gonna bring this full circle. Hang on 1 second. Okay. And look, Finland floats solo NATO entry after Erdogan, that's Turkey, rejects Sweden. And then what happened? Boom. Right? Then what happened? Oh no. And then Turkey got to go and say, well, hey, they go and tell their people who are out of the country, hey, there's a risk of an attack on the United States and Europe. So you may not want to go to those countries. That's January 2023. And then boom. And then boom. Right? And then boom. And then boom, right? Come on. What you do to another, all those in Babylon. Come on. It just says bad news. Your nation been in war for years. Whether it's psychological espionage, whether it's boots on the ground, it's been in wars for years and it's never ceased. Whether it's against its own citizens, it's been in war ever since its inception. Second Ezra 15, going 17, sorry. 15, verse 17 to 27. Reading, a man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able, for because of their pride the city shall be troubled, the houses shall be destroyed, and the men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity on his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread. And for great tribulation, behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun from the south, from the east, and Libanus, to turn themselves one against another and repay the things that they have done to them, like as they do yet this day unto my chosen. So will I do also in recompense in their bosom. Thus saith the Lord God. My right hand shall not spare the sinners, and my sword shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth. The fire is gone forth from his wrath, and hath consumed the foundations of the earth, and the sinners like the straw that is kindled. Woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments, saith the Lord. I will not spare them. Go your way, ye children, from the power. Defile not my sanctuary. For the Lord knoweth all them that sin against him. Therefore delivereth he them unto death and destruction. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them. For God shall not deliver you, because ye have sinned against him. So understand this. That person who may be wanting to hold you back from fleeing or from doing the right thing, Most High is not going to allow them to be delivered. So if you're with a person who's not getting delivered, are you going to die with them? Are you going to lose your birthright to flee? Get it? Esau, Jacob. Are you going to lose your birthright to flee? To escape danger? I sure wouldn't. Okay. Dropping to verse 53. If thou hadst not always slain my chosen, exalting the stroke of thine hands, and saying over their dead, when thou wast drunken, set forth the beauty of thy countenance, the reward of thy whoredom shall be in thy bosom, therefore shalt thou receive recompense. Like as thou hast done unto my chosen, saith the Lord, even so shall God do unto thee, and shall deliver thee into mischief. Thy children shall die of hunger, and thou shalt fall through the sword. Thy cities shall be broken down, and all thine shall perish with the sword in the field. Now, this is referring to Asia, aka China, but it also applies to America as well. Now, check this out. Watch this. Okay, I'm gonna skip over this.
Beyond our border from Afghanistan to Ukraine, back in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols.
Now I've heard this somewhere.
In the streets, there is outrage against the Soviet invasion.
One of them is held in law. Since the advent of nuclear weapons, the United States does not stop fights.
Never before has man possessed so much routine in the United States being superpower.
Superpowers. We have taken the earth. For this, I was betrayed. False gods. Idols. No more.
Now, if you remember that movie, oh man, that movie was the most biblical action movie I've ever seen. Man looked evil, and in some sense, he was evil, but the whole script was based off of destroying the earth because he was betrayed, right? Yep. And Christ, he said, and as he said, this is what I was betrayed for. They showed the money, the silver, right? So they're taking lines from Christ, but it's really showing you that Christ is coming back angry because he's saying, this is what I was betrayed for. You know, all these false gods, all the weak are in power. They're not strong, they're weak. All these superpowers. All right, continuing.
I saw the end of the world. Could feel all this death.
The head of the U.S. Strategic Command, Admiral Charles Richard, has pinpointed China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea's threats to America, its allies, and its partners, adding Washington stands ready to respond to any threats posed by these countries. Addressing the U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee on Thursday, he explained that North Korea and Iran continue to carry out harmful activities regionally, becoming the source of instability. He also stressed that U.S. forces are prepared to deliver a, quote, decisive response to any contingency and when strategic deterrence fails.
And that's who hey, all those nations I done said, right? All those nations. All those nations. And this is just the list of scriptures, brothers and sisters, that we already went through. All those nations. Let's go to 2nd Ezra 15, verse 28. It reads, behold, an horrible vision and the appearance thereof from the east, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia, and I went over this as well, okay, the Middle East, shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. Also the Carmanians, okay, Carmanians are Persians. I repeat, Carmanians, also known as Carmonians, they are Persa or the Persian Gulf. Parthia is also, okay, Persis. All right. Raging in wrath shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them. Now, key words, shall they come and join battle. So the Persians are not going to be the initiators, but they will come and join battle and shall waste a portion of the land of Assyria. What is Assyria? We know that as the Syrians. Okay. It's like a mixture of like Syria and like that upper Iraq area. Okay. Moving forward. Make sure. I always get those two rivers mixed up though, so I apologize. Just making sure. Right. All right. Moving forward. Uh, northern part of. Okay, so that would be Zagros and Kurds, Iraq. Okay, so by that region. Okay, and it did mention Mosul, which is in Iraq as well. Moving forward, then, so they went and laid portion of pieces of Iraq. We know this to be true. They're still fighting there to this day. Then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature, if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in the great power to persecute them. Then these shall be troubled, bled, and kept and keep silence through their power, and shall flee. And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them and consume some of them, and in their hosts shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings. So they'll end up having to go through Iraq to invade Iran. Behold, the clouds of the east and from the north unto the south, and they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm. They shall smite one another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth, even their own star. Okay, star is referring to what? Bombs. Okay, okay. And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly, and dung of men unto the camel's hoe. And there shall be a great fearfulness and trembling upon the earth, and they that see the wrath shall be afraid, and trembling shall come upon them. And then shall there come great storms from the south and from the north, and another part from the west. So that storm is tribulations, by the way. Strong winds are tribulation. And strong wind shall arise from the east and shall open it, and the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the star stirred to cause fear toward the east and west shall be destroyed. The great mighty clouds shall be puffed up full of wrath, and the star, that they may make all the earth afraid, and them that dwell therein, and they shall pour out every high and eminent place and horrible star. That's a missile. Okay. Fire and hail and flying swords and many waters, that all fields may be full, and rivers with abundance of great waters. And they shall break down the cities and walls and mountains and hills and trees of the wood and grass of the meadows and their corn, and they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon and make her afraid. So pay attention after this whole thing with the Middle East and dealing with Iraq and Syria and also Iran and trying to invade in there, which they've already done. Then they would come over to Babylon. That's just different nations, okay? They shall come to her, besiege her, the star, and all the wrath they shall pour out upon her. Then shall the dust and smoke go up unto the heaven, and all that be about her shall bewail her. So it was going to be a takeover, okay? It's going to be a takeover. And they that remain under her shall do service unto them that have put her in fear. So understand, they're going to take over and enslave people. That's what's going to happen. So as you've done, so shall it be done. And thou, Asia, that are partaker of the hope of Babylon and are glory of her person, woe unto thee, thou wretched, because thou hast made thyself like unto her, and hast deckest thy daughters in whoredom, that thy might please and glory in thy lovers, which hath always desired to commit whoredom with thee. Thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions. Therefore saith God, I will send plagues upon thee, widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilence, to waste thy houses with destruction and death, and the glory of thy power shall be dried up as a flower. The heat shall rise that is sent over thee. Thou shalt be weakened as a poor woman with stripes, as one chastised with wounds, so that the mighty and lover shall not be able to receive thee. Would I with jealousy have so proceeded against thee, saith the Lord, if thou hadst not always slain my chosen, exalting the stroke of thy hands, and saying over their dead, when thou hast drunken, set forth thy beauty of thy countenance, the reward of thy whoredom shall be in thy bosom, therefore shalt thou receive recompense. And you may be saying, what has China done to the children of Israel? I will show you. Like as thou hast done unto my chosen, saith the Lord, even so shall God do unto thee, and shall deliver thee into mischief. Thy children shall die in hunger, and thou shalt fall through the sword. Thy city shall be broken down, and all thine shall perish through the sword in the field. They that be in the mountains shall die of hunger, and eat their own flesh, and drink their own blood, for very hunger of bread and thirst of water. Thou as unhappy shalt come through the sea and receive plagues again. Or excuse me, thou as unhappy shalt come through the sea and receive plagues again. And in the passage they shall rush on the idol city, and shall destroy some portion of thy land, and consume part of the glory, and shall return to Babylon that was destroyed. So they're going to run back to Babylon in which they destroyed. So the takeover and the invasion will happen to China as well. First Babylon, then China. Okay. And thou shalt be cast down by them as stubble, and they shall be unto thee as fire, and shall consume thee and thy cities and thy land, and thy mountains and all thy woods and thy fruitful trees shall they burn up with fire. Thy children shall they carry away captive, and look what thou hast. They shall spoil it and mar the beauty of thy face. Now, you may be sitting here saying, oh my goodness, what has China done to the children of Israel? Okay. What has China done? Before we get there, okay, I'm going to go on the Carmonians. Okay. Carmonians are the Persians. So let me go in order here. So we have Turkey, right? And NATO, they do ill dealings with them. Then we have Iran. So Iran recently said in February 9, 2023, any country that attacks us will be hit along with Israel. So they are ready to do some business. How do we know? I'd love to share with you.
Meanwhile, Iran is flexing its military muscle. This week, it unveiled an Air Force base, an underground Air Force base codenamed Eagle 44. Iran says this base can store and operate fighter jets and drones. Then Iran celebrated its Air Force Day. The star attraction was a missile
Check this out.
Death to Israel, written in Hebrew. Iran is clearly
They're going to show the missile. Watch.
Tensions continue to rise in West Asia. Here's a report.
On Wednesday, Iran celebrated its annual Air Force Day. Its supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, attended a meeting with Air Force members in the capital Tehran. About 200 kilometers south of Tehran lies the city of Isfahan. There, the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps held a public military exhibition. They showcased Iran's military achievements. People walked around looking at displays featuring drones, rocket launchers, and missiles. One of the missiles had Hebrew words written on it. It said, "Death to Israel."
There it is.
Both the message and the venue of the exhibition are significant. Before we get to the details, let's look at the recent timeline of events. Tensions have been rising since Israel re-elected Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Check this out. Watch this. Check this out. Bet you didn't know this.
Netanyahu vowed to be tough on Iran. Last month, the US and
Last
Israel
month,
had the largest ever joint
US and Israel.
and the Eastern Mediterranean.
Watch this.
About 6,400 US troops, 1,500 Israeli soldiers, and over 140 aircraft.
Watch this.
These drills were seen as a message to Iran. The day after the drills ended, Iran was attacked by drones. Explosions and fires were reported in multiple locations.
Oh, it's war already.
Iran had said the drone attacks did not cause significant damage, but it has held Israel responsible. It's after the attacks that Iran revealed a new Air Force base and showcased its on-the-nose.
Ooh, it is the time for war. You can smell it in the air.
It was the city that was attacked. Drones targeted a defense manufacturing facility. While the attack was attributed to Israel, Israel's policy is not to comment on any such allegations. Iran's missile display comes a day after Iran announced its first underground Air Force base. The Eagle 44 base is built on one of Iran's mountains. The exact location hasn't been made public. Iran's state news agencies showed tunnels housing fighter jets. These include US-built F-4E Phantom II fighters, jets Iran had acquired before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, and Soviet-era Sukhoi Su-24 Fencer bombers. These jets were outfitted with Iran's latest long-range cruise missiles. Iran's Armed Forces Chief of Staff, Major General Mohammad Bagheri, gave a warning. He said, "Any attack on Iran from our enemies, including Israel, will see a response from our many Air Force bases, including Eagle 44. Iran's aircraft squadrons may be aging, but they are secure. The location would mean they can survive bunker buster attacks. They should be saved from drone sabotage missions as well. During a war, Iran can wait out initial assaults in its mountain base and then launch counterattacks across the region. But why would Iran reveal this Air Force base? Isn't it better to keep it a secret? Well, knowledge of the base's existence acts as a deterrent. It's something else for Israel and the US to think about if they're considering an all-out war.
No. You know what? It's not a time for war. It's a time to have fun. I think you just talking too much. I think you sound crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I already prophesied this from the Bible in my Iran lesson that they would do that. Just like the movie, the show on Apple TV, Tehran. And they did. No. You know what? I'm the crazy one. It's okay. It's okay. You keep believing. Or watch this. North Korea. We're gonna go over those 4 countries: Iran, North Korea, Russia, China. Iran, one day ago, parades largest long-range missile with his daughter. That's his daughter too, by the way. Okay, watch this. And says that his country has 36 days to prepare for war. That's February 7th. Watch this. Right? Independent, UK. Kim Jong-un reappears in public on eve of military ordering North Korea to prepare for war. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. What parade? This is it right here. Now watch this, watch this, watch this. What you didn't know. Let's run it back. Anyone see anything interesting? Take a look. Take a look at it. Take a look. Just at this scene. You still don't understand? 1948 to 2023. 1948 was when the Balfour Declaration was set, and they placed the people who are in Israel today, they placed them there. Oh no, you okay, never mind. Think it not strange. Maybe that's just me. You would have thought it was New Year's. You know what? All the Americans, they're like, oh, those people, they're communists, and they look pretty excited to me, as if it's a Super Bowl or Grammys or something. I mean, uh, they, it's almost as if they're satisfied with dying because they know when they hit that nuke, they're gonna die too. They're gonna die too because other people, other nations is gonna send nukes across the entire world. Haven't all the movies shown us this? And, these people are excited for the end. Now, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. That's children. These are children. Like some older, some teenagers. These are children. Which means, while you were sitting there as Americans talking about how every country is in bondage, they were uniting. Yeah, okay. They're uniting for war. So while that stupid old country Babylon is focused on what a female is and gender birthing, abominations. Yeah, people are preparing for war now. Wait, watch this, watch this. Remember this video I just shared? This was 2 years ago. Now, the videos that I just shared with you with the bomb, that was a few days ago. Iran was just 2 days ago. No, 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 no. Yeah, you don't believe me. I'm cr- I'm just a crazy person who don't know nothing. Now, watch this, watch this, watch this. Isaiah 49. Check this, check this. Bring some light. Some people will say, well, China ain't in the Bible. Isaiah 49 and 12. It says, behold, these shall come from far and low, and these from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. Now, this is talking about the what? The what? The restoration of Israel. Now, what is the land of Sinim? Let's check this out. Some people lied to you. I'm sorry. Remember, I told you check out those thorns. What did I say? Right? Lift up a standard. Right? Ancient Hebrew. What did I say? A picture of thorns. Okay. 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 The standard was coming when the land of Sinim. The land of Sinim. Thorns. Look, 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 look. A people living at the extremity of the unknown world. May be identified with the inhabitants of southern China. Yes, China's in the Bible. Wow. Minister Yeshab got you again. Woo, buddy. Sinim. Sinim. Amen. Sinim. 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 Okay. Wow. Now. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Let's see if we can get it. Okay. Wait. It says the Sinims and the Scythians interchange commodities as the Chinese and Russians do now. Sinai was the name of the Chinese traders. Wow. Wow. Isn't that cool? Wait. Watch this. Let's see. Let me see. I'm looking for it. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Well, what I will show you, you don't. So remember when the Most High said that for what you've done to my chosen, right? Okay. Watch this. Watch this. Boom. Jewish Encyclopedia. China is redirected as Sinim. Oh my goodness. Oh man. It's the land of Sinim, whence the deported sons of Israel shall return to their land. Oh, wait. You forgot Alexander the Demon, okay? He sent slaves over there to build the Great Wall of China. And the Great Wall of China, they was making mortar and placing slaves in there who was dying to hide the traces of slavery in China. What? So what happened to the ones that were alive? First Jewish settlement in China. China took place, it's difficult to say. In all likelihood, Jewish merchants immigrated and changed a temporary sojourn into a permanent one. In an account written by the two Mahanians, travelers from India to China. The Jews had been settled in that empire, China, from the time immemorial. Notwithstanding, it is hazardous to connect the first Jewish settlement with China with the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Wait, what? Huh? What? What? These Jews say that they entered China under the Han Dynasty during the reign of Han Ming-Ti. Wait, isn't that what they always taught? This in Babylon, the Han Dynasty? It was teaching about the children of Israel. It says, moving forward, places the first immigration in the year 2031 CE, connecting it with the persecution of Jews in Persia, which caused also their first settlement in India. So when they went from Persia, the children of Israel all went to India as well. And then when they didn't go to India, they passed India, and the Jews of Kai Feng Fu themselves claim that they received their religion from India. Wow. But it says that the Jews were not in China before the 5th century. But today in China, the Chinese everywhere call the Jews Shao Kai Kua. I'm saying it right. So guess what? There are Jews in China. The land of sin, or Sinim. Wait. It's everywhere. Still others associate sin with China. It's China. It's China. Another encyclopedia. It's China. Hey, he said he scattered the children of Israel in 4 corners of the world. And you know that Kai Feng Fu, where do you think they get Kung Fu from? Okay, I'm just talking too much. I'm getting excited here. Like, it's so cool, right? But anyway, China. No, let's talk about China, right? That's why y'all here, right? Y'all here to learn about China. It says U.S. general guts feeling of war with China sparks alarm over predictions. Now these people said 2025. Y'all here for China? Maybe some Russia. Check this. Watch this. So, watch this.
As the tensions mount in the South China Sea, Taiwan firing warning shots at a Chinese drone that flew over an offshore island during military exercises on Tuesday. Taipei officials doubling down, vowing to counterattack if China enters its territory.
Gordon Chang, senior fellow at the Gapestone Institute and author of The Coming Collapse of China, joins us now. Gordon, is this more provocation or is this the real deal? Or should we all get ready for World War III here?
Well, we certainly should get ready for a heightened state of tension, and I believe that the U.S. forces worldwide should move to DEFCON 2. 2 things happened in the last few hours. One of them is Taiwan shot down a Chinese drone over one of its islets, Lion Islet, which is 4 kilometers from the Chinese mainland. But more important, the Chinese refused to move their drone after the firing of warning shots. In other words, China is trying to provoke a crisis. And this crisis obviously could spiral out of control. And what we have right now is the situation which could very well end up in a general conflict in East Asia. You have a conflict in East Asia, a conflict in Ukraine, and that's really the beginnings of the world's next global war.
Where's Joe Biden? How should he be responding?
Joe Biden should be in front of a television camera right now, talking to the American people about getting ready for war.
Because every other nation is. Babylon is fallen.
the Chinese are not only involved in what is the biggest military buildup since the Second War, what they're also doing is they're mobilizing the Chinese people for conflict. And we see this in any.
And I'm going to talk to you about that because China has just mandated every citizen, or should I say every able citizen, to be drafted in their war. They are going to come with their whole nation who's capable to fight. Death is easy. It's easy to get a bomb dropped on you. But what happens when Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Egypt, Libya, Somalia, Sudan? What happened when what you reap or what you sow comes back for you? Then what happens is you reap what you've done to others. There ain't a gun, there ain't a Kevlar, there ain't nothing that can help you in Babylon but the Most High Almighty.
Of different ways. So this is a total society effort on the part of Xi Jinping and China.
A total society. In Babylon, you can't even figure out who want to be a boy. It's offensive to say male. Oh, watch this. All the men, they passport bros now, they leaving. And then the men in the military, the real ones got out because they wasn't standing for that you know what jab. And now you're left with the sissies. You finished. Babylon is finished. It's over.
We don't know what's going on in the Chinese political system right now. The guess is that Xi has consolidated his power and he's now going after neighbors. If so, the United States needs to be very firm in this. We need to be clear saying we will defend Taiwan to prevent the Chinese attacking. Anything can happen right now, Todd and Ashley.
So, Gordon, is the U.S. military prepared for something like this? Can they handle this?
They're not prepared for a number of reasons. First of all, the Navy has been broken for a decade. The Air Force is not in great shape either. And also, the political leadership of in the Pentagon is not, I think, mentally prepared to fight a general war. They're much more interested in things like, woke culture and the rest of it. But also, they believe that if a conflict with China comes, it'll come no earlier than 5 years from now. And that's why they're retiring ships and planes. They need to be ready for a conflict with China in the next few hours, not 5 years from now.
Oh, the good.
TikTok. Can you say it with me? Babylon is fallen. Babylon is fallen. Alas, alas, Babylon is fallen.
Gordon, is that if the battle comes down to pronouns, it looks like we will win there.
So now they make, you know what? But they laughing. They making a joke out of it. But that's how ignorant America is. He said if the battle comes down to pronouns, they got it. They know they're dead. It's over. It's over. You focus on the wrong thing.
U.S. military, that is sarcasm. If Joe Biden had demonstrated strength throughout his term, when you look at places like Afghanistan, would China be doing what it's doing right now?
I don't think so. When Afghanistan was falling, the Chinese propaganda was that when China invaded Taiwan, not if Todd, but that when China invaded Taiwan, the U.S. would not rush to the island's defense. We, of course, saw not only the calamitous withdrawal from Afghanistan, but the failure of the West, the United States, the European Union, and Great Britain to deter a far weaker Russia in Ukraine. I think the Chinese have taken that on board, and they believe that the United States is not prepared to defend anyone at this particular time.
Babylon is falling. You can't even defend your own people.
Now, I'm not saying they're right, but that's what they're thinking, and that's extremely dangerous because deterrence has broken down. And the most dangerous periods in history are those when a country like the United States tries to reestablish deterrence. That's when things go horribly wrong.
Now remember that word, reestablish deterrence. Oh, I got something for you at the end.
You know, let's turn to this, Gordon. It was a long-awaited UN report, and it's citing patterns of abuse in China's treatment of the Uyghur minority. It was a
Jews.
48-page report, and it was drawn from interviews with former detainees at 8 separate detention centers in the region. Were you shocked by this report?
I was shocked that it was so weak. Well, actually, we shouldn't be. It's the UN. But the point is that both Secretary Pompeo and Secretary Blinken both designated China as committing genocide. And that's clear from all.
So when they come to Babylon, if they put their own, supposedly, but those are children of Israel, if they're just under Islam, if they put their own in concentration camps, what do you think they'll do to you?
Information we have, why the UN couldn't dig that out itself and say those words is just wrong. And the question here is, what use is the UN?
Look at that. They got bodies on top of bodies, soldiers. This ain't no one soldier or two soldiers per line. They got bodies on bodies of soldiers.
Can't tell us what the truth is.
So what use is this report? I mean,
look, blindfolded and everything. Look at it. Look at it. Bodies on bodies.
Nice. We all like nice reports, but what happens next? Will China face any real consequences in light of this report?
I actually don't think so, because Beijing puts its best diplomats on human rights, and we Americans do not understand the importance of values.
He said Americans don't understand value.
This is not just Joe Biden who doesn't understand it. It's also all of his predecessors as president. So we are all responsible for, I believe, undervaluing China, America's most important weapon, and what China is most feared about, and that is the attractiveness of our values and our form of government. And we need to start understanding that, because that is the dividing line in the world today. There are totalitarian states on one side, and there's the United States and friends on the other. And at this particular time, that's the way the world may divide into war, because it's certainly looking like that, Todd. Just day after day, we're getting closer and closer to global conflict.
Remember, I told you first. Minister Yashab told you. Getting closer and closer to war day by day.
Scary times. Gordon Chang, thanks for your take on all this morning. We appreciate you being up with us.
Thank you, Ashley and Todd.
No. Yashab, don't tell me nothing else. I don't want to hear nothing. No more.
But do you believe that China is preparing for war?
Yes, the signs are unmistakable. So, for instance, at the Communist Party's 20th National Congress in October, Xi Jinping appointed what's called the War Cabinet. Of course, he's sponsoring the largest military buildup since the Second World War. He is trying to sanctions-proof his regime, and most ominously, he is mobilizing China's civilians for war.
Mobilizing their own civilians. Your grandmother better know how to fight. Your grandpa better know how to fight. Children better know. I'm telling you.
A Chinese entrepreneur making medical products for the civilian sector told me that Communist Party officials came to him and ordered him to switch his production lines from civilian products to military products. There's been similar orders given to other manufacturers. As a matter of fact, the Communist Party is now operating factories once owned by private entrepreneurs because the private entrepreneurs said that they did not want to stick around for Xi Jinping's war.
Why is China doing this? What advantage do they gain by going to war?
That's a great question. I think that part of it is Xi Jinping must be seeing a closing window of opportunity.
Come on. Minister Shab, I'm trying to do everything I can for y'all. I'm trying to do everything I can. One moment, please.
Is there any reason for the why now component of this balloon coming from Canada, for example? I'm sure that's a whole other question, but this has been ongoing, these disputes, these tensions. Why would this be a time that they would launch this test?
Well, many observers have thought that China's on a very short timeline in terms of invading Taiwan. So, for instance, there was that leaked memo of General Mike Minahan, who is the chief of the Air Force's Air Mobility Command, which said that his gut, as he put it, tells him that we're going to be fighting with China in 2025. You know, we have heard from Admiral Mike Gilday, the chief of naval operations last October, saying we could be in a war with China at any moment. These are shortened timeframes.
Any moment now.
China, you know,
didn't I say that before?
Information that's not available through satellite means, you know, they just want to know more about this and testing our reaction. So this is another sign, not that we needed any more of them, but this is another sign that China is actually preparing for battle.
Yeah. And comes in a year, of course, when the U.S. is hosting APEC and lots of conversations around power dynamics in the Asia-Pacific region.
It's very hard for us to judge Chinese intentions, but we can see what they're doing. They are preparing for war. They're involved in the fastest military buildup since the Second World War. They're trying to sanctions-proof their regime. And most ominously, they're preparing China's civilians for battle. You put that all together, and we have to be very concerned. You got to remember that Xi Jinping right now is facing so many domestic problems at home with, for instance, collapsing property prices, stagnating economy, worsening food shortages, deteriorating environment, COVID-19. He really could use a distraction right now. And that's why we got to be concerned that a lot of the friction that we're seeing is being driven by domestic problems.
Let me pause on one point you made. You said they're preparing the citizens for war. In what respect?
Amendments to China's national defense law, which went into effect in the beginning of 2021, take power away from the civilian state council and give it to the Communist Party's Central Military Commission. And these are powers about mobilization for war. But that's not just the only thing. We are seeing, for instance, the Communist Party cadres are going to factory owners and telling them to switch their production from consumer items to items for the Chinese military. As a matter of fact, there have been so many of these orders to domestic manufacturers that the Communist Party is actually running factories once owned by private entrepreneurs because the private entrepreneurs don't want to stick around for Xi Jinping's war, as they put it. So we can see that this is starting to be a total society effort, and we're just not paying attention. That's one of the real risks, and that is that China is preparing to go to war, and we're being oblivious.
One of the reasons that maybe this assumption we've had for the better part of certainly a generation that economic prosperity is so central to the power dynamic in China, and that economic prosperity is very tied to U.S. trade, supply chains, relationships. Is that changed as well?
It changed. Supply chains obviously had to react to the COVID-19 disease control measures in China. Zero COVID, as it was called, which was in effect until December 7th of last year. And these were among the strictest measures anywhere in the world. And of course, they clobbered supply chains. They They prevented workers from going to factories. Factories couldn't get materials. And of course, logistics were affected. So yeah, companies started to see, well, they needed to have alternate sources of supply. That's China plus one, as it's called.
Yeah.
And indeed, a lot of logistics guys are not talking about China anymore. They talk about not supply chains, but they talk about supply webs, which are essentially multiple suppliers. And so companies now are less efficient because they got multiple suppliers, but they are more resilient. And that means that China is losing out to some extent.
Great. Thanks very much for joining us, Gordon.
Thank you, Diane.
War, war, and more war. What would you do? Now, this next portion, brothers and sisters, is all subtitle. Okay. Now, I must share with you that this is about the mobilization. And in fact, I'm not going to, maybe I won't even play it. Maybe I'll just attach it. But I did find this on BitChute. This was last year. Okay. And so this is what that man was talking about, a national mobilization order for war, meaning they mobilized all. So they've took out, like, you know how, for example, some people would say in the U.S. there's like the governors and the mayors and, you know, the town hall and city council members. That no longer exists. That would be the military would be their mayors and, you know, the governors and things of that nature. So and they will decide, the military will decide who's going to fight. So if they say that your 70-year-old grandmother is going to fight, that's who's going to fight. Okay. Or some, you know, treason charges may be brought upon them. Okay. But can't understand it. But it is 15 minutes of the entire thing talking about war, joint commands, okay, commission joint commands, okay, saying they must be ready. They're going to strike at a time where the people least think. They must have order back home. Who's going to be at home defending their country while they go and invade? I mean, wow. And this is on YouTube. This is true. This is on YouTube. However, all right, it is not translated on YouTube, and neither does it have one. But I wanted to show you the things that they're talking about. National economic mobilization, public opinion propaganda. So they're starting already to put propaganda on their news sources and their TV to inch the people that they're going to war and how they need to be patriotic. So think of it, America's focus on gender and turning drag queens and trans boys and girls and all this stuff. And they're pushing an agenda for their whole, what is it? What, 2 billion people or a billion people that they have in their nation, you know, to be all country. You know how in Babylon they would say be all American, they would say be all China, you know. Now, and then they have an area called chaos control. So that's for There are people there because they already know everyone is not going to fall in line in their own country. I mean, brothers and sisters, this goes so deep. I mean, I want to play it, but we are for time. All right. I mean, it's just, and they talk about even getting ready for their deployment, their military deployment to Taiwan and other countries that would help Taiwan. I, brothers and sisters, I mean, all I can sit here and share with you is how much more. Look what it says. We must strictly do a good job to protect our roads and targets, prevent the enemy's strikes and attacks. So they're going to be going on roads. They know what to protect. They know what to go after. And 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 if you were an enemy of Babylon, I mean, everyone knows in battle you go after your opponent when they're at their weakest point. Look at Babylon. I mean, children attacking teachers, teachers attacking children. I mean, kidnappings is getting at an all-time crazy. You got the men outside, you know, more effeminate than anything. The men that want to have families are leaving the country. You have the women going to stalk the men, going Home Depot wives and Home Depot husbands, and going in these stores looking for men. You got the women on TikTok, the younger generation on TikTok. You got the older generation on OnlyFans. It's this is the point. This is the time that someone would strike. This is the time. Nothing in Babylon seems to be proper. You got the invasion of the border, right? You got the migrants. I saw a video of migrants that they placed in these hotels. They are not leaving the hotels. You got the police officers defunded the police in some areas. Then you got police officers quitting at all-time highs. Then you have the police scandals at all-time highs. I mean, and why? It's to show these other nations that the time is nigh to attack. And it's also to show those of you who are in Babylon that the time is nigh. You better be ready and focused on the great I am, because if you are not, it is over for you. I mean, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, but, and yes, I said but only the Most High knows what's happened even worse than what we see in Babylon. Most High doesn't sleep. There is no time in the kingdom. He has all what we would call the time to just keep his eyes on Babylon. And so only the Most High understands the sick and twisted, the demented and devilish things that we don't even see. Come on. Come on now. You have to almost think like the Most High is guarding our heart and our eyes from showing us too much. But what we see, we think is too much. Just imagine what the Most High sees. Come on now. You didn't go that far, did you? Just imagine what the Most High sees. Okay. Now, if anyone wants that particular China mobilization video, I will send it to you. I will email it to you. So just send me an email at fourcornerspilgrim@protonmail.ch, and I will send it to you. I'm not going to play the whole thing because we're pressing for time. Okay. Going to Malachi. Malachi chapter 4, verse 1 through 6. And it reads, For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, all that do wickedly shall be stubble, and the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. Now, the day of the oven sounds like a nuclear bomb, right? It's so hot, it's unbearable, right? But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings, and ye shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. So wait, there's a separate thing for the unrighteous and the righteous. How many of you saw this? Watch this. And ye shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet in the day that I shall do this, saith the Lord of hosts. Did you hear what he said? For they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. That means when the bombs drop, only the righteous will be left standing. Their bodies will be disintegrated and we will walk over them. How many of y'all caught this? For they shall be ashes under your soles of your feet. How many people caught this? No, like really. You worried about getting gas masks and all that stuff. The Most High is like, I got you. I just need you to what? Fear and do what I say. Right? Now watch this. Remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I command unto him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. Meaning what? Pay attention. Pay attention. The heart. The heart. The heart. Okay? The heart, the intellect, the center of anything. Okay? Care for. Now, he said, I shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers. Now, where's the mothers at? Did anyone notice this? The Most High is saying there's a lack of women who are following his standard of being mothers. The fathers to the children and the children to the fathers. That means the love and the care. Did you know there was a report that I saw? It says in the world there are more stay-at-home dads than anything. And the powers that be hate this because with the role changes, and I wouldn't even say the role changes because this is all the Most High's doing. Look at all the fathers that have been absent and look at their children, opposed to look at the children who are living, in households with their father and a mother and living under the order of the Most High. They're coming out well. All right. So what is the issue? All these women are aborting. They're selling their body. They're prostituting. Yes, OnlyFans is prostituting. So is wearing certain clothing prostituting. I said it. Sisters, I love you in Christ, but wearing certain things is not modest. Men gotta wear certain things. Women gotta wear certain things. Modesty is key. Okay. And think of it this way, all in all, men and women alike. You want to know, you want to do a modest check on yourself? Ask yourself, before you step out the house, would I stand before Christ in this outfit? Think about that. Would you stand before Christ wearing what you wear? And then let that be the judge. Yes? Now, if you say you would stand before Christ in some leggings, you got some issues. Okay. If you say you'll stand before Christ in a tank top for brothers, or what do they call them? The summertime shorts that the men in Babylon be wearing, the hoochie daddy shorts or something like that. Come on, that's sick, man. That's sick. Like, you think you wear some stuff like that in front of Christ? Just hang it up. Just hang it up. It's too late in the game to be correcting people. You got to have some self-discipline, man. Right? You see all these nations prepare, but they already ready for war. It's not even that they're preparing, they're just waiting. They're just waiting. Okay? Zephaniah 2 and 3. So what should you be doing? It says, seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of the Lord's anger. So how will we survive the nukes all over the world? The Most High says he's going to hide us from his anger. He's going to place us in certain places. So once again, your final choice. Are you going to listen to the person who doesn't care? Or are you going to listen to the one who loves you? The one who wants to protect you, the one who wants to hide you from danger. Oh, shoot. I told you everything will be exposed. Everyone will be exposed. Look what it says. To hide, be absent, to keep close, conceal, hide, to keep secret. Just like in the times of Jezebel, when the Most High kept the prophets secret in the mountains, right? The Most High knows how to hide those he loves. You get it? So make sure that you seek him with all your heart. Because let me pull up Isaiah real quick. Isaiah 55. I know it's there too. What did it say? 55 and 6. It says, seek ye the Lord while he may be found, and call upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him turn unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. Brothers and sisters, I'm not going to keep making lessons on war. I'm gonna let you know. If you ain't studying, if you ain't learning, if you ain't seeking, if you ain't crying to the Most High, I can't help you. I'm trying my best. But it gets to a point where me as a minister, I am tired. I just wanna prophesy about the new heaven and new earth. This is one of the reasons why I haven't even, done my given my new CERN lesson. The bombs take precedence over CERN, even though CERN is important, because we was going to talk about the Abrahamic Accords. But the bombs is important because a lot of y'all that listen to me won't even be alive for that next part. That's just the reality. A lot of people won't be alive. I'm not going to be a minister and say, hey, well, all of you won't make it. No, that's not true. What I can't say is, What I can say is this. I can also say that just because you die doesn't mean that you're going to burn in hell. I can't say that. But I can tell you that everyone's not going to make this. In reality, do I wish everyone did? Absolutely. I love you all. I do. I don't care whether you have the nicest home, whether you live in under a bridge. I don't care if you're in Babylon or Madagascar. I don't care if you're in Trinidad or Malaysia. I love you. But the reality is, all of us are not going to make this. But you still got my prayers to get into the kingdom, most definitely. All right? Seek the Most High. First Thessalonians. Let me see how much time we got. Moment. Okay. Wish I could add some time up here. They won't let me. We'll see what happens after. Okay. Okay, we got about a good hour. All right. So follow me, brothers and sisters. We may have to extend this because there are way more videos as well. So I want to make sure that y'all get this. Okay. Especially those in Babylon, you know, big distractions coming up in I think a day or two, the Super Bowl. So, hey, don't be distracted. Keep your eyes focused because while they got everyone focused on that Super Bowl, you best believe something's going to happen overseas if you in Babylon. Right? So I'm trying to get this out time sensitive. All right. First Thessalonians chapter 5. Verse 2 through 6. And I read, for yourselves, excuse me, for yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so cometh as a thief in the night. For when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. Now, brothers and sisters, Babylon, I know y'all heard the saying, silence is violence. So by saying nothing, you are saying everything is okay. This is what it means to live in Babylon. If you hear news outlets and they're saying, oh, nothing about what's happening, understand it's about to go down. But ye brethren are not in darkness, that the day should overtake you as a thief. Ye are all the children of light and the children of the day. We are not of the night nor of the darkness. Therefore, let us not sleep as do others, but let us watch and be sober. Now, I have watched that I had watched that State of the Union thing with Biden, and there were some key words he was talking about. He kept saying, we need to move on to the next chapter. Well, what is the next chapter? He kept saying, my goodness, he kept saying, we need to finish the job. Finish the job. Finish the job. He talked about, and it was crazy, he talked about a field of dreams. And immediately I thought of the children of Israel are coming back because the field of dreams is about Joseph and how they all came to Joseph. But this time, guess what? It's a restoration under Judah. And you also know that famine and all the food insecurities came as well. He mentioned different things about drinking water. He mentioned too many people have been left behind. I shared with that before what that meant. He said to people, you wonder if the path even exists anymore. Now, we know only one path, and that's the path of the straight and narrow. So he's talking to people who are in doubt. You wonder if the path even exists anymore. He talked about the pride is coming back. I mean, they're coming for your children. He talked about the next big flood. Now, immediately I thought of the flood. The dragon sent the flood after the woman in the wilderness. So when you escape Babylon, be prepared to keep moving, just as scripture says. He talked about the watchdogs are back. And automatically I thought about the fallen. Christ said, give not what's holy unto the dogs, and who watches, watches. He talked about being under the law as a covenant. Yeah, he mentioned the covenant. And nothing what he said was biblical, but I said the next chapter of all of this is the Most High is paying attention to who is in his covenant. It says, he also said we need to rise to this moment. Okay. And he mentioned new age and the forces that confront us. So he knows he's in a battle with spiritual. But who confronts evil? The forces of the Most High, the holy, the heavens. Now, that was his speech, and I was thinking about playing it, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna just take out the important things in there. If you don't understand, brothers and sisters, it's not looking so hot. That woman, Sarah Huckabee, right? She said, adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us. Faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. Isn't that the Bible? You must have faith with works. You must move with faith. Faith propels you. Faith, brothers and sisters, faith in works propels you to charge boldly ahead, to prepare, to be ready for what's going to happen. This, what she said, was all biblical. And we know that it's not her, but it's the Most High. She also mentioned we can't stand still in the face of great challenges because it's time to show up or get out. This is the choice. You have to be ready. Don't be ashamed. You have to stand up for righteousness. She said, you and I were put on this earth for such a time as this. She said that. I'm reading to you the notes I took. You are put on a time for this. So that means, brothers and sisters, you have a choice. While there's still hope, because when they drop in from the sky, when they come in from the ships, you will not have a choice, son. She said the choices between being normal and crazy, she said this is the time to reap the consequences. Isn't that what the Most High says? This is the time. As you've done to others, so shall be done to you. She said, it is time for a new generation to lead. This is our moment completely. This is our moment. Now, she was talking about who? The millennials. Because, and so maybe some of the later Gen Z, like in their high 20s or so. or even the Gen Z who is focused on the Most High. We're not talking about, and I just recently found out you have a lot of Gen Z Christian artists who actually have signed deals with the devil. And they're actually Satanist worshipers who are actually making Christian songs, and they're putting the, you know how Beyonce and all these artists did the backwards things. They putting satanic spells on the Christian songs now. So you got to be careful for the Gen Z as well. But this is our moment for the millennials to lead most of it. Okay. And what was really, she said, one of the last things she said was, the America we love is in danger. And that hit me, because what she said before that was that she went with Donald Trump years ago when he was in office, visiting troops in Iraq. And she was making, it was like almost she was making an emphasis that she was completely off the grid, no lights, no nothing. It was strange. So I was thinking that she's telling those in Babylon that you're going to have to be off the grid soon. You're going to have to learn how to operate in darkness. Think about that. It's some serious stuff. So, brothers and sisters, don't sleep. Watch and be sober. Watch and be sober, because the time is here, brothers and sisters. There's nothing that says peace anymore. In fact, if someone tells you, you know, everything is good, I would run far away from them. They'll end up turning you in later. All right. Now, moving forward, let's get some more. So, China. Now, who heard of this? U.S. shoots down object size of small car after it entered into airspace in Alaska. Now, I'll play the clip.
The object was about the size of a small car, so not similar in size or shape to the high altitude surveillance balloon that was taken down off the coast of South Carolina on February 4. We'll give credit to our pilots that they're very capable in terms of looking at an object, assessing whether or not this had the potential to be manned at that altitude, something that small. Very, very unlikely that it was manned. What you're asking is, did what we learned from the PRC balloon help us track this? Kind of a little bit of apples and oranges, right? In terms of NORAD Northcom maintains the ability to track objects. So again, they tracked this as it approached and entered into U.S. airspace. Again, we're still assessing what this object was. So I don't know that we learned anything new as a result of that, other than, again, I think we're all, to include the media and the public, very attuned to balloons at the moment. So
now they're trying to make a mockery, right? Now, check this out, okay? First the balloon, and now this on the West Coast, okay? This was on the West Coast. I don't want to give too much. Now, I know y'all heard of the Nord Stream pipeline. This was in Russia that gives gas to Germany, okay? You may say, what in the world happened there? I got you. Don't worry. Here we go.
Well, the Pentagon now furiously denying claims the U.S. military is behind the bombing of Russia's undersea Nord Stream gas pipelines. And it comes after a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist pinned the blame on the U.S., saying we did it in retaliation for Russia's war in Ukraine. The Nord Stream pipelines have delivered large amounts of natural gas to Western Europe, but back in September, someone from somewhere blew up some pipes. This is video of natural gas bubbling to the surface
Russia was obviously super angry, and today the Kremlin blamed the U.S. and pointed to statements like this as evidence. Watch.
I want to be clear with you today. If Russia invades Ukraine, one way or another, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward.
If Russia invades, that means tanks and troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will begin to.
But how will you do that exactly? Since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control.
We will. I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Oh, God. See, this is why we're libertarians. We don't trust anybody. Seymour Hersh is reporting we attacked the pipeline with the help of the Norwegians, the Norskis. Well, if it wasn't us, then who was it? And how hard would an operation like this be to keep secret? Joining me now, former U.S. Navy frogman and Navy SEAL, Aubrey Davis. Welcome to the show, Aubrey.
Good evening,
Hi.
Kennedy. Thank you so much for the invite.
So let's discuss this a little bit. What are the probabilities the U.S. government and naval frogmen were involved here?
Well, as far as the U.S. being involved, they certainly had good reason, and some stupid statements were made before the operation was made that shouldn't have been said, that leads other people to believe we did them, but I'm not at all sure that we did. There are a lot of other countries that would have had reason to do that and the capability to do it.
Like which countries?
Was it U.S. Navy SEALs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you have all the Baltic nations up there who know the Russians are breathing down their necks. They're next on the list after Ukraine. And then there could even be China. You know, China loves to stir things up and create a mess, and that would have been fun for them. But it's a difficult operation to do, and even more difficult to do covertly.
Yeah,
So
but if you had Navy SEALs and the CIA involved in a joint operation, it seems like they could do it pretty easily. And then you had Victoria Nuland, the Undersecretary of State, not that statement, but another one where she said that she was happy that the pipeline was just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, that was a compromising statement. They should not have been made if they were going to do it or if they weren't going to do it. But SEALs, that's mighty deep water. I think it's about 260 feet deep where those pipes were. And that's mighty deep for SEALs to be going. Now, it would take a heavier operation. And there's other ways it could be done rather than SEALs. You know, submarines could lay a mine there, aircraft lay mines, surface ships lay mines. So there's a lot of different people and a lot of different platforms that can deliver the explosives.
So Seymour Hersh, the journalist, I mean, he's reported on everything from the Teapot Dome scandal to the My Lai massacre in Vietnam and helped break that story. So he's been doing this for a long time. Do you think that he would have reason to either fabricate the story or use sources who were fabricating themselves?
I don't know him that well. I don't know his writings that well, what he claims. And a lot of people write stuff just for the sensationalism of it. But right now it's very popular, as it has been for several years, to blame anybody in the U.S. for anything that goes wrong. So anybody could have done it. It could have been done in a number of different ways. So who's to say? He doesn't have definite proof of anything, as I understand it.
So if the United States did in fact blow up the pipelines, would that be wrong?
Well, they had good reason to. You know, Putin had invaded Ukraine, and I feel very strongly that we should support Ukraine in any way we can. And this would have cut off a lot of money for Putin and his crowd. So, yeah, there's a lot of reason the U.S. would have had to do it, or it could have been done in cooperation with other nations.
Yes.
There's just so many options, and I've not seen any convincing evidence that we did anything.
All right, well, we will see, because, you know, now the story is broken, there will be other people asking questions. And, you know, if the United States did do it, maybe not the smartest thing in the world. I think we are better than that. I know you certainly are. Aubrey, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kennedy. Have a blessed night.
You too. Thank you, dear.
It sounded like she reporting out of fear. And not the greatest thing they should have done. Nord Stream. Nord Stream. Nord Stream. Nord Stream. What do y'all think, brothers and sisters? What do y'all think? Check this out. Last one.
Our next story is about Nord Stream gas pipelines. Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. The undersea pipelines run side by side for 750 miles from Russia to Germany. Both of them run through the Baltic Sea. Let me explain now why this is important and why we're talking about it tonight. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, Nord Stream 1 transported cheap Russian gas to Germany. Cheap Russian gas was a big boon for the German economy.
Now, I know y'all seen the title of this. Will the, in parentheses, revelation affect the U.S.-EU tie? I don't know. I'm just gonna put some things out, but hey, whatever.
It's a big boon for the German economy. Germany also retransported this gas to Western Europe. The Nord Stream essentially was a symbol of heavy European reliance on Russian energy. Nord Stream 2, which was completed in 2021, would double that quantity. But last September, an undersea explosion blew up the pipelines. Take a look. But nobody claimed responsibility for this. The US blames Russia for the undersea sabotage, and Russia blamed the United States. But these were all wild allegations. Nobody offered any proof. But the United States was never happy. It had always detested the idea of Europe becoming hostage to Russian energy. But blowing up the Nord Stream was out of question, at least publicly. It would be an act of war against Russia. But now, almost 6 months down the line, we may have an answer as to what happened. All this courtesy Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist Seymour Hersh. The report has now been picked by prominent publications, including The Times. And what does Hersh claim? Let me list it out. He says that the US hatched the plot to bomb the energy pipelines. He cites an anonymous source. And as expected, the White House has rejected the report, but several media outlets have picked up Hersh's claims. Let's look at some facts now. Let's revisit the path of the Nord Stream pipelines. The Nord Stream begins in Vyborg. This is a Russian port at the Baltic Sea. The Nord Stream passes through the exclusive economic zones of 5 nations: Russia, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Germany. The Nord Stream ends at the German port of Greifswald. And as for the Nord Stream 2, it starts from the Russian port of Ust-Luga. It traces an almost similar route and it runs till Greifswald. So the subsea bombing of the Nord Stream happened near the Danish island of Bornholm. Coming back to the claims. According to Hersh, the entire operation was led by Jake Sullivan. He happens to be Biden's national security advisor. Look at the timeline on your screens. The planning allegedly began in December 2021. That's when the first meeting was convened in Washington, D.C. So who all were involved? Hersh claims officials from the CIA, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, State Department officials. After weeks of brainstorming, divers trained at the U.S. Navy's Diving and Salvage Center in Panama City were handpicked to execute the job. Why them?
So yes, they trained in Panama. They trained in Panama. They trained in Panama to go to Russia and blow up that oil.
Avoid scrutiny from the US Congress and prevent any kind of leaks of the operation. It was a highly secretive mission. Once again, these are all Hersh's claims. Further, Hersh said that the entire operation was a multi-nation effort. The US enlisted Norway's help to fulfill the plan. Why Norway?
Remember, it is a founding member of NATO. Its navy has excellent sailors. Norway supposedly took Sweden and Denmark in the loop. In fact, Hirsch claims it was Norway which picked the bombing spot to provide cover from Russian surveillance in the Baltic. Hirsch claims that the US divers planted the explosives during the Baltops 22 drills. Remember, these are annual naval drills in the Baltic Sea, and the multinational drills are led by the US Navy. The drills also involve NATO countries. But the decision to detonate the bomb was deferred. That's what Hirsch's report says. Yes, the explosives were sitting with Nord Stream for almost 4 months, from June till September. And then on 26th of September, the kaboom happened, so to speak. A Norwegian Navy's PX spy plane flew a routine mission over the Baltic Sea. It secretly dropped a sonar buoy near where the explosives were. Sweden and Denmark confirmed the undersea explosion. Meanwhile, the US reaction was sort of celebratory. Here's what the State Secretary Blinken said back then. It's a tremendous opportunity to once and for all remove the reliance on Russian energy and thus to take away from Vladimir Putin the weaponization of energy as a means of advancing his imperial designs. That's what Blinken said. Now, with these new revelations indicating a US hand in the bombing, Moscow has renewed its demand for an investigation. Listen in.
Of course, we have thoroughly studied Seymour Hersh's publication. There is nothing sensational and surprising in it for us. We proceeded on the basis that the United States and at least some of Washington's NATO allies were involved in this criminal act, which was an armed attack on one of the elements of peace of critical infrastructure.
But a bigger question right now is, will Germany and EU allies take Hersh's claims seriously? Moreover, will the revelations impact transatlantic ties? Whatever the scenario may be, we'll get you the story as it unfolds. Beyond World is on, is not.
So now the US blows up this pipeline. The plot is thickening. The plot is thickening. And then 14 hours ago, Vladimir Putin expected to launch unstoppable nuclear Satan II missile. It says fears are mounting that Russian president will send the 208-ton hypersonic Satan II apocalypse missile on the anniversary of the Ukraine war. And guess what? This says the dates that Russian President Vladimir Putin is expected to launch an unstoppable nuclear Satan II missile have been revealed. When is it? The firing of the explosive, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads, may coincide with the anniversary of start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th, 2022. Reportedly, military insiders say that they have been warned to expect the launch of the unstoppable Satan Missile 2 between February 15th and February 25, 2023. Now, military insiders also say that the expected launch may simply be a test to see how unstoppable the Satan II is, despite unexplained delays in the development of the big beast weapon. They call the big beast, they call it Satan. I mean, they're gonna hit Satan, right? Now, I mean, come on. The writing is on the wall. Exact dates, again, the bombing, the 15th and through the 25th. I mean, even the 24th here. right? Come on. Now, look what I found 1 day ago. Mind you, this was what? 1 day ago. And now what I found. Map of U.S. claims show area most at risk of being targeted in nuclear war. Oh, 1 day ago. I mean, I don't know what the Most High needs to show people. Like I said, you have the choice. You really do. And I'm going to show you the map, but you can see the main cities: New York, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. Now, Yahoo is everywhere. Map of U.S. claims to show area most at risk of being targeted for war. Look at this. Look at this. Let me see if I can zoom in. Let's zoom in. I can do it this way. And 1 second. I'm trying to zoom in for you. Now, let's see. Okay. First, let's read. Map claiming to show the areas of the U.S. may be targeted in a nuclear war that originally circulated in 2015, making rounds again amid Russian war. Now, I think they're a liar because I ain't hear about this in 2015. Stop lying. The map indicates such as Montana and North Dakota may be vital to strike U.S. forces. That's that. And they got that triad up there of the warheads. It says the map outlines possible targets in every U.S. state, mostly located in the east, but also along the California coast. In the west, Colorado, Montana, North Dakota, and Wyoming have clusters of targets noted on the map. Some of the larger targets include active nuclear power plants. There are approximately 90 power plants, nuclear plants in the U.S., with some located in Alabama, Arizona, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. Areas of rural Idaho, Maine, North California, as well as Oregon may be more improbable targets. The U.S. has placed its nuclear forces away from areas with high populations, liars, intercontinental ballistic missile silos, ICBMs, military bases, and nuclear storage are spread out across the U.S. Now, check out this map. Don't say Minister Yeshua ain't show you nothing. I love you. I think it's fair to say if you're on the East Coast, you're going to die. I think that's fair. Maybe like if you from like, maybe about right here. What is this Des Moines? So that's about Iowa. So probably if you cutting all the way down, maybe going to, I think that's San Antonio, Texas, all the way down the whole right side of Babylon, the East Coast. Yeah, that'll be finished. There ain't nothing there. The mist is more so in the middle. Okay, California, no one will miss California, obviously. You know, I'm quite sure there's good people, who serve the Most High out there, but hey, I'm giving y'all what the Most High said and showing you how time now this is happening. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, it's happening. Okay. So, it's everywhere. I pray that y'all y'all listen to it and take heed to it. Same thing. Okay. Same exact thing. I mean, think about it, right? They talked about other possibilities. Dallas already gonna get hit. good riddance. Miami, oof, and Philadelphia. Heard it's real bad over there. So we know the Bible says that we must see the destruction of Babylon. The world must see the destruction of Babylon. Brothers and sisters, don't be naive. Do the right thing and follow the Most High. That's all I can say. Okay. Now, let's share a little bit more. So Nord Stream, right? Let's see. You're gonna have to read subtitle for this.
Директор ЦРУ должен получить совершенно четкий месседж.
CIA director should get a very clear message.
Что если НАТО решает,
that if NATO commits a military provocation and starts fighting in a hybrid format,
провокацию, начинает боевые действия, пусть в гибридном формате, то первый российский ядерный удар.
Then the first Russian nuclear strike should be on the United States. I've already said that.
Должен быть по США, я уже говорил, определить несколько целей.
We need to identify some targets and tell the Americans what will fly there.
И сказать американцам.
And I think that it's supposed to, it will tell the Americans that will fly there. That's what that's supposed to say.
Что туда прилетит. Мы к этому готовы.
We are ready for that if you are ready for a war to destroy Russia.
И вы готовы к войне на уничтожение России. И пусть англичан придут.
And let the British be warned.
База Клайд. Последний.
Britain's nuclear submarine base
Цель номер один, в том числе,
is the #1 target, including the format of some limited exchange of strikes.
в формате ограниченном каком-то обмене ударов. Мы не должны стесняться это говорить.
We should not be embarrassed to say so. The masks have been thrown off.
Маска сброшена.
Now, I'm going to sit there and tell you, brothers and sisters, hey, they're saying it with their chest, man. I mean, they're saying it with their chest. I mean, what else do you need to hear? I got one last video in regards to Russia. What else do you need to hear? Maybe this will help you.
You're gonna lose your economy. You're gonna lose your politician status. Okay. You're gonna lose your power in your army. Okay. And you will lose this war. It's a kind of escalation, and we expected it. We expect those decisions for many months before, and we are kind of ready to meet your new high technology weapon on Ukrainian battlefield. Of course, it's gonna be huge difficulties for our army, for our people, for our security in Russia. If you will send long-range missiles to Ukraine, they gonna use it, and we should protect our cities, our people, and that's kind of escalation, of course. But you will not win this war. You should understand, if you want to divide my country, you want to divide my people, you want to change the regime, you will lose. Zelensky and the Western world are losing right now.
Let me ask you directly about that, because I started today's program by asking a straightforward seeming question, which is, how does this war end? Nobody that I know of in the West is expecting to march on Moscow or invade Russia or anything like that. But at the same time, because of NATO weapons, inside Ukraine, it's very hard for Russia to win militarily either. In other words, does this not just go on and on for years and years to come?
It's not going to be years and years. I hope it will end soon. But you should...
How is my question?
Meet the right decision. You should sit on a round table with us. I mean, the Western world and Russia. The only our goal is, you should understand it, you must understand it, is security guarantees for Russian people. Because we want to live by our own way. You shouldn't dictate us how to live. You shouldn't move NATO infrastructure closer and closer to our borders, because it's a huge threat for Russian people, for regular people, ordinary people in Russia, in Moscow or Yakutsk.
But before this war started, there was no real threat from Ukraine to Russia. Ukraine was much, much weaker than Russia. There was no threat of any kind. And I know nobody that I ever speak to in the West, in different governments, who makes any kind of military threat to Russia. That's regarded as mad here. So the question is, are there any negotiations that you're aware of? Are there any beginnings of peace talks? Are there any intermediaries? Is anything going on at all which would allow Russia and the West and Ukraine to find a way to end this war?
Of course, we just should sit and negotiate each other. I mean, Moscow, Washington, London, other parts of the Western world. Because, I can repeat, the only we need is security guarantees. And it's a huge mistake when you're talking about no threat for Russia before this military operation. It was a huge threat for decades. Because
it was a small country without a military to challenge your country. No threat in any real sense.
You are experienced journalist. You should see huge picture. Think big, because we have threats from NATO countries, from the United States, by military system which is moving to our borders by decades, from the era of collapsing the USSR. And every year military infrastructure on our borders, it's a huge threat for ordinary Russian people. But it was before the military operation.
Let me return, if I could, just to the issue that's obsessing people in London right now, which is this appeal by President Zelensky for Western jets to be sent to Ukraine. Britain seems to be, in some senses, out ahead of other Western countries. What would your message be to the British Prime Minister about taking this decision?
I have no message for British Prime Minister, because I'm under your British sanctions, which is fine. But I can tell you that Russian people are brave people. They are peaceful people. You should know it. You should read our history. And no war we lose ever in our history. And we're gonna fight for security guarantees. You should know. We have consolidation in our society right now. We are ready to do everything to get security guarantees from the Western world. But you're gonna lose this war, and you should understand it. You're losing the economy. You have a huge electricity bills. Gonna lose your economy. You're gonna lose your politician status. Okay. You're gonna lose your power in your army.
Okay.
And you will lose this war.
Evgeny Popov, Mr. Popov, I don't think there's going to be a meeting of minds here, but thank you very much indeed for talking to me.
Talking to America and Britain, you're going to lose this war. China. First, I showed you who? First, I showed you Iran. And I showed you North Korea. and I showed you China, and then I showed you, well, Russia. I mean, I don't know what else people need to see. Better yet, check this out. This is now, remember in the first video that I shared with you all, let's check this out. In the sky, right? For Turkey. Where was it? This, right? Now, check this out. What I shared with you in this YouTube video. This appeared over Hawaii a few days ago, maybe almost 2 weeks ago. Now, I'm almost thinking that these two are somewhat similar. Yes? Okay, yeah, I could be crazy, but you know, you got your fallen angels, there and whatnot. But look at this. This is over Hawaii. It says, look at that, a whirlpool kind of like, right? Almost like this thing here, right? Okay. And then, oops, sorry. Oh, excuse me. And then you have, just a few days ago, Japanese astronomer believe green lights seen over Hawaii are lasers from Chinese satellites. Now, this is what it looked like. I'm going to play the video. But this is what it looked like. This is just 2 days ago, or a day ago, excuse me. All right. Once again, another article. Mysterious beams of green light in the sky prompt everyone to think the same thing. Okay. Now, this is what it looked like on Twitter. Apparently, that's let's see. Apparently, this is what it looked like on Twitter. Okay. Now, check out the YouTube video. Check this out, brothers and sisters. This is from China. See, this Chinese writing here. Check this out. Look, look, look. All over Hawaii. The green lights just, they're going to play it again. Watch it closely. See that? Now, this was yesterday. This was yesterday, okay? And now what happened? Right after that, the United States launches their intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific as a part of nuclear deterrence mission. Now, remember I told you about deterrence, right? Remember that, right? U.S. test launch unarmed intercontinental ballistic missile. Wait a second. What? While you were sleeping? Would you like to see? This is what it looks like. Check that out. Last night, 19 hours ago. Launched from California. Is that not a tit for tat? Is that not a tit for tat? It says traveling about 4,200 miles. That's traveling past countries. Despite U.S. concerns about China and North Korea, the Air Force said the test was routine. Now, when they say peace, But you just did it right after they put the lights over your state of Hawaii. Oh no, Minister Yeshua, don't you tell me there's war coming. Don't you tell me. Don't you tell me. That wasn't routine. That wasn't routine. It wasn't routine at all. Death is promised, brothers and sisters, to many people because people fail to repent. Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad? Proverbs 3, and it says I got 3 minutes and 57 seconds left. Let's hope they add some time to us. Proverbs 3, 5 through 6 reads, Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. You know, I had to share this because faith means trust, brothers and sisters. I don't care what you see. We see it's coming. We see it's coming. It's here. It's a matter of seconds. Seconds that we don't know. It's here. It's right here. At this point, brothers and sisters, I'm saying you may want to you may really want to tell the Most High what you think of him and how much you love him, because tomorrow, I'm telling you, tomorrow ain't promised. You don't know. And that's for everyone worldwide. You don't know. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. 2 Peter. All right. 2 Peter 3, going 10 through 14. I think it is. Yeah, 10 through 14. Now they're saying I got 1 minute and 55 seconds left. So I hope we get through this. If not, I'll just start a second portion, and I apologize for the cutoff. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat, and the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. Seeing then that all these shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness? For looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. Wherefore, beloved, seeing that ye look for such things, be diligent that ye may be found of him in peace, without spot and blameless. Now I got 40 seconds left. This is the goal. No matter what you see, no matter what you go through, brothers and sisters, your mind should be focused on the new heaven and the new earth. It's going to get really bad. It's going to get really ugly. Okay? I'm saying this because I love you. I don't want no one to perish. But the reality is, it's coming. Okay? That's the reality, brothers and sisters. I'm sorry. You know, in this, you really should be focusing on telling the Most High why you love Him so much. Maybe even saying why you deserve to get into the kingdom. Maybe even asking for more guidance in what you should do. And the same token, brothers and sisters, establish your why if you haven't already. Because our why is going to be the only thing that carries us. You can't say, someone say, why do you love the Most High? Oh, because the Most High gave me this. But everything that the Most High gave you is going to be gone. It's going to be gone. That house, that car, that job, those friendships, even those brothers and sisters that you may have known. All of it's going to be gone. It's time to move quickly and establish yourself and establish your why. Why do you love the Most High? Why do you want to move forward? Why do you want to endure until the end? Why do you want to be crowned by Christ at the end of all this? Why do you want to be gathered by the angels that's going to gather brothers and sisters to the land of Isaiah 11:11 when the bombs drop? Why do you want to be a part of this? Why do you want to see the resurrection of the dead? Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, Joshua, Caleb, David, Hezekiah. Why do you want to see the 12 apostles? Why do you want to see Paul, Anna? Why do you want to see Elizabeth and Mary? Why do you want to see Zechariah or Baruch, Ezra, Nehemiah? Why do you want to see them? It's time, brothers and sisters. This is what you look for. You look for the new heaven and the new earth. And if it be the Most High's will, I am focused on after March. I am focused on making this lesson, or should I say, finishing the lesson on the new heaven and the new earth, so that you have something to look forward to. Because when everything is gone, when everything is dissolved, when everything is melted, when everything is burned, when everything is purged, nothing will look happy ever again. Unless you take that mark. Because yes, the mark of the beast is going to come after this destruction. I've always said this years ago. A lot of people didn't. And when I say the mark of the beast, I mean the full implementation. If you haven't seen those of my old lesson, you should check that out. The full implementation, the mark, the forehead, the hand, everything. I'm gonna go with the Bitcoin and the blockchain and all of that. And remember, brothers and sisters, Satan's motto: order out of chaos. They're gonna drop some bombs, and then they're gonna emerge with a solution of the beast system. And we won't have this YouTube no more. We won't have emails anymore. You won't be able to sit down and read the Bible anymore. It'll be over. Everything that you've learned, everything that you've studied, will be put into place. That's one of the reasons why I say don't sit there and watch distractions. Don't sit there and be looking at what everyone else is doing or, looking on social media all the time. All, hey, you, people talking about who's this person, who's that. They talking about the eggs. They talking about the food. They talking about the water. Bombs is gonna be dropped. Bombs is gonna be dropped. You understand? Boy, maybe they don't, Most High. But I'm trying. Isaiah 30, 18 to 21. And I read, and therefore will the Lord wait that he may be gracious. Excuse me. And therefore will the Lord wait that he may be gracious unto you, and therefore will he be exalted, that he may have mercy upon you. For the Lord is a God of judgment. Blessed are all they that wait for him. That means through the face of adversity, maintain your faith. For the people shall dwell in Zion at Jerusalem. Thou shalt weep no more. That's New Jerusalem, the new earth. He will be very gracious unto thee at the voice of thy cry. When he shall hear it, he will answer thee. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers. Some of you will meet me. Some of you I'll lead. Some of you will work side by side together to lead the flock of Christ into the kingdom. I can't wait. But do understand this, even if I don't see you, even if I don't meet you, I'll meet you in the kingdom. But keep your mind focused. We are going to face the bread of adversity and the water of affliction. What this means is we will be without food and we will be without water. It's coming. You have the mark, you in the system, it's coming. That's why it says he'll hear the voice of our cry. He will answer us. Why? Because we're going to be hungry. We're going to be thirsty. We're going to be dirty. We're going to be sweaty. It's coming. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way, walk ye in it. And when ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left. That's the Holy Spirit, by the way. So if you're ever confused, this is why I say, get your relationship right with the Most High. Because you want to be able to have clear discernment, the voice of the Holy Spirit telling you, this is the way. You want to know which way to go. Remember, no phones, compasses won't work. Nothing will work. It's just you and the great I am. And hopefully your relationship is really good. Now, we're going to end it on a hard note. Just know I love you. Matthew 25, verse 1 reads, then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you. But go ye rather to them that sell and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh. Now I said I would bring this full circle, right? Now watch again.
Loan payment received 2 days. Thank you.
Jake. 2 hours. It's always been an hour.
Well, now it's 2. I just wanna.
Since when?
Since today.
My son is meeting me. He'll pay the difference.
Can't do that. Policy.
Please. It's a 2-hour walk. An hour and a half.
And you better run.
You better run. Now, the wise virgin and the foolish. Did you understand how this can be placed with that? You see, time is what? The oil that they never had. They thought because they have a little time on their arm that it was enough. But when they needed time, they looked for pity. They looked for mercy, and none was given. But you were supposed to be always aware, not sleeping, but always cautious of the signs of the time, of our Savior who's coming back as a king. You were supposed to always keep a reserve so that that oil, your time, can keep going, so that your lamps would keep burning. But now look at many people today. What was their final choice last night? They went to club, they went to party, they went to watch movies. They weren't even caring about Christ. They weren't even caring about reading the scriptures. They weren't caring about studying to show themselves approved. This is what makes a failure. You know, I don't even care if you follow the Bible. You know the environment is wrong. You know that something's not right. And you should still seek to find what is right. These are people who thought life was going to remain the same until the time where they needed it the most, they could not get no more. I'm telling you, you have the freedom of choice right now. This is the final choice. It's either freedom or failure. Pay attention again.
Payment received. 2 days. Thank you.
You're coming out smiling. I just got off of work. Life is good. Christ said they be merry, having a good time, right? Doing everything normal, right?
Loan payment received. 2 days. Thank you.
This is what our Savior, our King said.
Hey, 2 hours.
It's always been an hour.
Well, now it's 2. I just went out.
Since when?
Since today.
My son is meeting me. He'll be there.
And then they want to go and piggyback off of someone else. No, you don't get to piggyback off of anyone else. All will be exposed. You see how she thought she was going to get mercy? You see how she thought she could use, her son as an example, her family member as an example? That don't exist no more.
Can't do that. Policy.
Please.
That's the policy. Christ's going to say, I told you to bear your cross. I told you to walk on the straight and narrow. What were you waiting for?
It's a 2-hour walk.
I told you this is the time of the end. And what's going to be the answer? I don't know you. I know you not.
You better run.
You better go to them to get oil. Go to them who was selling it before. Don't come to me. You better hurry up. Isn't this the same thing? And everyone looking at it like, how could you? You know the time we operate. You didn't save enough for yourself, right? You didn't save enough? Going back to work and see if someone will help. Now we running. Now we playing catch up. You're playing catch up at the wrong time. That's what people are doing now. Bombs about to drop, and you still haven't made a choice yet. You're still on the fence. You're still lukewarm. Hey, this is what happens to lukewarm people when they don't prepare, when they're looking for everyone else to help them but themselves. Please, someone help me. The door was closed. Remember that, right? The door was closed, right? Help me, help me. Till it's too late. Till it's too late. And this is how family and friends will be. You prepared like Noah. You had faith when you didn't see. You prepared and you moved with the fear of God in you. People will come to you. It is up to you to discern. Are they fleeing? Are they coming to you for Christ? Or are they coming for you to live? Are they coming for the carnal, which is to live? Or do they truly believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? I told you it was going to bring it full circle. Because all these things, and no one want to believe? All these things, and no one want to get right? All these things, and you're still questioning the truth? What are you doing? Proverbs 4:18 and 19 reads, but the path of the just is as the shining light that shineth more and more unto the perfect day. See that? As we are righteous, guess what? It shines more. Our light shines more. If you want to know more about Matthew 25 and the shining of the light, make sure you check out my lesson. Okay? The parable lesson. All right? Of the virgins. Our light is supposed to get brighter and brighter. But the way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble. They can't even understand. The time is nigh. You could show them this video, and brothers and sisters, I hope you show everything. You could show them everything. Show them all the signs. Will they listen? Proverbs 13 and 9. It reads, the light of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out. And you know what the lamp of the wicked is? Money. That's what their oil is. It's money. But the light of us, the upright, the righteous, we rejoice. You know why? Because we have something greater to look forward to than what's here. The new heaven and the new earth. That's why we rejoice. I'm like, let's go. As we speak, as you watch this lesson, as you eat your food, as you take a bath, as you go to work, as your children go to school, someone's dying, someone's being murdered, someone's being robbed, someone's being tortured, someone's being enslaved, someone's being used in a ritual. I'm rejoicing. Come on. Babylon has fallen, has fallen. Luke 8. Now, I thought of playing, I thought of these two videos here. I feel like this one will get me taken off of the platforms. So, this one is the, I guess you would say, the corruption and collusion of China and America together. You would like that one? Let me know. And this one, well, maybe I'll save this one. This one is the 5 stages of grief. And just to let you know,
the final choice. Denial is the first stage of grief. But you go and tell those people who don't believe in you, there's no time to grieve. There's no time. Let Christ wipe your tears when you escape danger. Let the Most High wipe your tears when you escape danger. There is no time to deny what is there. Luke 8:16-18 reads, No man, when he hath lighted a candle, covereth it with a vessel, and putteth it under a bed, but setteth it on a candlestick, that they which enter in may see the light. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Take heed, therefore, how ye hear. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken even that which he seemeth to have. Now the emphasis was, take heed to what you hear. In verse 17, nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Brothers and sisters, I've shared with you everything that you didn't know, maybe some of the things you did know, but I shared with you what is coming. I put a light in the darkness and exposed the evils and the judgment that's coming. I pray you take heed. And I pray that you take heed in how you hear, because this ain't the time. And for those who don't believe, Romans 3. For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God void without effect? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings and mightest overcome when thou art judged. So, if you don't believe, fine. That's your choice. Your choice is to fail. You don't want freedom, because freedom gives life. Freedom gives life. Understand, brothers and sisters, as the time runs out, what will be your final choice? Freedom or failure? I love you all. Shabbat shalom.
When I say Hebrews, I mean myself. Praying, cause I can't redeem myself. 5.
This is you and fire, and we sure burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night. This is you and fire, and we sure burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night.
When we was together, I could hear a theme song. You make evil things not seem wrong. Imagine hours together, a second seems long. You eat souls and devour faith. I was curious enough to ask you how it tastes. You said it was like hobbies in the food form. Not hot nor cold, just lukewarm. And I got it the very instant you said it. That moment of curiosity, I instantly regret it. I visualized them words and something had manifested. I was very disgusted, no moments for me to test it. But somehow, you make evil sound good. You assured me that them people did deserve it, and most of them even paid for the service. You got me calm and told me not to be nervous and just follow your lead. You will lead me to be perfect, you said.
And we sure burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night. This is you and fire. And we sure burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night.
Now all the wrong ways was now right to me. In the dark you was an angel, a light to me. You said I owe you. It was thoughts in my head saying I know better, but I wanted to better know you. You said treat them like dirt cause they is. You said hate them with a passion, so I did. You showed me I had the power to decide if they live. I should always receive and they should be happy to give. Even if it's clothes or they last meal. Be always ready to die and more ready to kill. Whatever that they earn is up for me to steal. You instill these powers in me. Now I feel powerful and no one can power with me. And make a battlefield wherever I stand. The more I destroy, the more I'm a man. Then you reached for my hand while you kept saying, and kept saying, and you kept saying.